seemingly innocuous legal document, signed off by the family's most trusted lawyer, contained a hidden clause that would ultimately bring down their entire operation. What kind of quiet vengeance could be woven into the very fabric of legality? And by whom? Samuel Thorne, known professionally as Mr. Thorne, was the quiet architect of the Moretti family's legitimate empire in Chicago during the 1960s. While others handled the more brutish aspects of their trade, Sammy, with his polished spectacles and meticulously combed hair, spun intricate webs of legal ownership, shielding illicit profits behind layers of holding companies, real estate trusts, and legitimate-looking businesses. From the outside, he was a highly respected corporate attorney, known for his discretion and his uncanny ability to navigate complex tax codes. Yet, his true genius lay in his ability to make millions in racketeering and extortion disappear into the vast, churning maw of legitimate commerce. He understood that true power wasn't about what you owned, but what you appeared to own, and how you kept the government from seeing the truth. Sammy hadn't sought this life. He was a scholarship student, destined for a prestigious firm, until a family tragedy and a subsequent, overwhelming debt pulled him into the orbit of the Moretti family. Don Salvatore Moretti, a shrewd, old-school capo, saw something in the young lawyer's quiet intelligence and moral flexibility that others missed. Sammy became indispensable, crafting complex schemes that allowed the family to acquire prime real estate, establish seemingly legitimate entertainment venues, and even invest in burgeoning tech companies, all while funneling dirty money through their clean conduits. He was the family's brain, transforming their crude cash into untraceable wealth, making them, on paper, respected businessmen. His strategies were elegant in their simplicity and devastating in their effectiveness. He created a system where the profits from illegal gambling dens and loan sharking operations were declared as income from a chain of ostensibly legitimate dry cleaning businesses. These declared profits would then be used to purchase shares in publicly traded companies through multiple shell corporations, effectively disguising the source of the funds. The dividends from these investments, now perfectly clean, would flow back to the Moretti family, allowing them to live lavish lifestyles without ever raising suspicion. He even engineered a system of soft coercion, where he would identify struggling but strategically valuable businesses, offering them incredibly generous investments that came with the unspoken understanding of the Moretti family's newfound influence. For years, Sammy Thorne was the epitome of quiet loyalty. He moved silently through the family's inner circle, privy to their deepest secrets, their most vulnerable points. He was respected, admired even by the Don, who saw him as a son he never had. But beneath the veneer of quiet competence, a subtle resentment began to fester. Sammy was indispensable, yet he was always the lawyer, never truly family. He saw the opulence, the blatant disregard for consequence, while he himself lived a life of constant, grinding paranoia, his days consumed by the careful fabrication of lies. The golden cage, however gilded, was still a cage. The feeling of being perpetually obligated, forever indebted for a past favor, slowly poisoned his loyalty. The catalyst for the unraveling was not a grand act of defiance, but a small, deeply personal slight. When Sammy's elderly mother fell ill and required expensive, specialized care, he approached Don Moretti for assistance, alone against his years of service. The Don, usually generous with his own, dismissed him with a curt remark about family business taking precedence, subtly reminding Sammy of his place, of his outsider status. That moment, a mere shrug from a powerful man, was the pinpoint of betrayal for Sammy. It was then that the quiet, meticulous lawyer decided that if his life was to be a construct of artifice, then so too would be the Moretti family's downfall. The quiet vengeance began with subtle changes in the boilerplate language of contracts, the deliberate misplacement of a crucial decimal point in a property deed, the strategic omission of a single vital word in a corporate bylaw. These were not errors. They were meticulously placed tripwires. He knew the federal investigators, like Agent Elena Ramirez, were circling, always looking for an entry point. Ramirez, a young, tenacious prosecutor, had been building a case against the Moretti family for years, frustrated by their impenetrable financial shield. She knew the money was dirty, but she could never trace it. How do you catch shadows when they've learned to mimic light? Then, seemingly out of nowhere, an anonymous tip-off arrived at Ramirez's office. A seemingly minor discrepancy in a land deal orchestrated by the Moretti family's real estate arm. It was a single, tiny thread that led her to a document, ostensibly legitimate, signed off by Mr. Thorne. Within that document, hidden deep within dense legal jargon, was a single, cleverly disguised clause that, when interpreted correctly, left a crucial asset vulnerable to seizure should any part of the larger network be implicated in illicit activities. It was a technicality, almost invisible but devastatingly effective. Ramirez, pulling on this thread, found similar errors in other Moretti-linked contracts, like a series of meticulously placed breadcrumbs leading directly to the heart of their financial operations. The family's empire began to crack, not under the weight of a violent assault, but from within, quietly disintegrating due to a series of perfectly legal, perfectly placed vulnerabilities crafted by their most trusted confidant. On a rainy morning in 1978, federal agents arrived at Sammy Thorne's pristine office, not to arrest him, but to request his cooperation in deciphering the bewildering complexity of the Moretti family's finances. He complied, his face impassive, his eyes betraying nothing. The serpent in the suit had untangled the very knots he had spent a lifetime weaving, not with a roar, but with a whisper, and in doing so, brought down the empire he had so diligently built. The Moretti family collapsed, not from external force, but from an internal, perfectly executed act of quiet, calculated betrayal. The newly renovated community center, praised by local politicians as a beacon of urban renewal, was financed by a labyrinthine series of public grants and private donations, its construction managed by a network of firms that seemed to appear and disappear like phantoms in the night. But beneath the celebratory ribbon-cutting, who truly benefited from every brick laid, every pipe fitted, and every dollar supposedly spent on the city's infrastructure? Don Lorenzo the Ledger Gallo was a man of quiet numbers, not boisterous commands, in the concrete jungle of 1960s New York. While others reveled in the illicit glamour of their rackets, Lorenzo, with his unassuming demeanor and a penchant for meticulously organized spreadsheets, saw the boundless potential in public works. He understood that cities, in their endless pursuit of progress, were constantly building, repairing, and expanding, creating a limitless stream of contracts, permits, and financial opportunities. He transformed these civic necessities into a quiet, almost invisible criminal empire. He believed that the greatest fortunes were found not in defiance of the law, but in its meticulous exploitation. Lorenzo's ascent began not with a violent takeover, but with a patient, calculated infiltration of City Hall. He started by cultivating relationships with mid-level bureaucrats, building inspectors, and planning commission officials. His approach was disarmingly simple. He offered solutions. A building permit mysteriously stalled? Lorenzo knew a guy. A competitor winning too many bids? Lorenzo could arrange for a quiet review of their compliance. He established a network of front construction companies, ostensibly legitimate and staffed by seasoned professionals. These firms would bid on city contracts, roads, bridges, schools, public buildings, often winning them through a subtle blend of inflated pricing and the quiet, persuasive encouragement of city officials who found their own careers strangely enhanced or stifled by Lorenzo's unseen hand. His criminal strategies were a masterpiece of bureaucratic manipulation. Every public works project became a conduit for illicit gain. No-show jobs swelled payrolls, their salaries siphoned off as pure profit. Substandard materials were approved at premium prices, the difference flowing into Lorenzo's coffers. Money laundering was achieved through a dizzying array of shell corporations acting as subcontractors, suppliers, and consultants, all billing the city for services that were either inflated, never rendered, or performed with inferior materials. He became the quiet, indispensable patron of the pavement, overseeing the vast enterprise of urban development while systematically skimming millions off the top, leaving behind perfectly legitimate-looking invoices and completed projects that, while functional, were built on a foundation of fraud. Within the larger criminal landscape, Lorenzo navigated power struggles with a quiet, almost academic detachment. Other crime families might control drug distribution or gambling operations, but Lorenzo controlled the very infrastructure they depended on. When a rival capo attempted to muscle in on a lucrative city contract, Lorenzo wouldn't send enforcers. Instead, he would simply arrange for an unforeseen environmental regulation to be triggered or a sudden, crippling permit review that brought the rival's project to a standstill, bleeding them dry through delays and fines. His influence was so pervasive, so deeply embedded in the city's bureaucratic arteries, that even the most brutal enforcers understood that crossing Lorenzo meant crippling their own financial lifelines. He was the quiet puppeteer of the city's progress. The unraveling began not with a wiretap or an informant, but with an unassuming, highly principled city auditor named Eleanor Vance. Eleanor, a woman with a keen eye for discrepancies and an unshakable belief in public accountability, was conducting a routine review of infrastructure spending in the late 1970s. She wasn't looking for crime, but for waste and inefficiency. Could it be that the very systems designed to ensure transparency would expose the profound darkness lurking within? Eleanor's initial audit flagged a peculiar pattern, a consistent, incremental overexpenditure across dozens of seemingly unrelated public projects. The amounts were small enough to avoid immediate alarm, but the sheer volume and consistency caught her eye. She noticed that a recurring group of small, obscure construction and consulting firms were consistently involved in these overruns, often billing for identical ancillary services at identical inflated rates. This was the quiet hum of Lorenzo's network. The crucial break came when Eleanor, delving deeper, began comparing the listed material costs for road construction projects with the actual verifiable market prices for asphalt, concrete, and rebar. What she uncovered was a systematic pattern of over-invoicing that stretched back years, often by a staggering 30 to 50% for every major project. She also found that several key engineers and inspectors involved in approving these materials had inexplicable, sudden spikes in their personal financial assets. The final, undeniable piece of evidence was a cache of internal city planning documents, anonymously leaked to Eleanor by a frustrated lower-level official, detailing how standardized bid requirements were subtly tailored to favor Lorenzo's network of firms, effectively shutting out legitimate competition. On a surprisingly sunny morning in 1982, Don Lorenzo the Ledger Gallo was arrested not for murder or drug trafficking, but for systemic public corruption, widespread racketeering, and grand larceny through the manipulation of city contracts. His empire, built on the quiet, indispensable process of urban development, crumbled not under the weight of a violent assault, but under the relentless, methodical scrutiny of a persistent auditor and the undeniable mathematical truth of inflated invoices. The patron of the pavement, who had so meticulously turned the city's progress into personal profit, found his carefully constructed edifice of fraud collapsing, exposed by the very numbers he had sought to control. A single, seemingly insignificant delivery of high quality, organic produce to a notoriously unpretentious restaurant was the unexpected crack in the perfectly cultivated facade of the city's most elusive blackmailer. For years, Mayor Thompson's carefully constructed image of incorruptibility, Senator Davis's unblemished public record, and even the discreet personal lives of prominent judges remained perfectly intact, despite swirling, unsubstantiated rumors of hidden indiscretions. How could an individual, operating without overt threats or violence, maintain such absolute power over the city's elite, leveraging their deepest secrets for unparalleled influence, and ultimately be brought down by a detail as mundane as a vegetable delivery? The individual pulling these silent strings was known only as the gardener. Unlike traditional blackmailers who relied on dramatic revelations or public shaming, the gardener operated with a chilling subtlety. He never demanded money outright, nor did he issue explicit threats. Instead, his influence manifested through carefully placed suggestions, unexpected policy shifts, and the quiet, almost imperceptible redirection of lucrative contracts. His power lay not in exposure, but in the constant, gnawing fear of it. The secrets he possessed were so devastating, so personal, that the city's most powerful figures would move mountains to keep them buried. The gardener was believed to be Elias Thorne, no relation to Elias Thorne of Thorne Maritime, a seemingly innocuous retired archivist who lived a quiet life in a modest suburban home, cultivating prize-winning roses. His cover was impeccable, his demeanor gentle, almost frail. But beneath this placid exterior was a mind of extraordinary patience and a meticulous talent for information gathering. He didn't hack computers or break into safes. Instead, he specialized in the overlooked, discarded documents, unguarded conversations, subtle patterns in public records, and the careless confidences whispered in supposedly private settings. He was a master of observation, connecting disparate pieces of information to form a mosaic of vulnerability. His preferred method of delivery for his subtle coercions was equally understated. A carefully crafted anonymous letter containing a single, chillingly precise detail, a whispered phrase to an intermediary that only the target would fully understand, a sudden, unexpected gift that subtly alluded to a hidden truth. The targets would understand immediately, and the message was clear: I know, and you will comply. The fear was not of being exposed, but of the slow, agonizing process of their carefully constructed lives unraveling piece by piece. The scale of the gardener's influence was astonishing. He had quietly steered zoning approvals, influenced judicial appointments, swayed election outcomes, and facilitated countless lucrative deals for his anonymous benefactors, often powerful, equally shadowy figures who benefited from the political landscape he so meticulously shaped. His motivations remained a mystery. Some speculated he was a disgruntled former civil servant. Others believed he was a true idealist, attempting to shape the city to his own unstated vision, or perhaps just a man who relished the quiet power of knowing. The first thread of unraveling came not from a target, but from an almost accidental observation by a sharp, independent investigative journalist named Maya Sharma. Maya was working on a story about sustainable urban farming initiatives and had become fascinated by a particular, small-scale organic farm known for its rare and perfect produce. She noticed that despite its niche market, this farm had an unusually consistent and high-volume delivery schedule to a select few establishments, one of which was the Gilded Spoon, a notoriously private and expensive restaurant known for its discreet clientele, including many of the city's elite. What struck Maya was the sheer volume of high-end organic vegetables going to a restaurant that served exclusively meat and seafood dishes. It seemed odd. Maya, driven by a quiet, almost insatiable curiosity, began to look closer. She observed the delivery schedule, the unassuming delivery driver, and the surprisingly small, discreet side entrance used for these particular deliveries. She discovered that the driver was Elias Thorne, the gardener. It was an unusual second job for a retired archivist, especially given the distance and the minimal pay. She also noted that on days of these specific deliveries, a number of the city's most powerful figures, Mayor Thompson, Senator Davis, and others would mysteriously find themselves in the vicinity of the Gilded Spoon, often for entirely unrelated, legitimate meetings. Maya, with no immediate evidence of crime, began to build a meticulous timeline, cross-referencing Elias Thorne's delivery schedule with significant political decisions, controversial votes, and the sudden, unexplained reversals of public figures. She found no direct communication, no explicit links, only a chilling correlation. The organic produced deliveries were the gardener's subtle, untraceable way of making contact. A silent signal, perhaps even carrying a concealed, micro-written message or a specific, prearranged code. The vegetable itself was the innocuous cover for the act of delivering a demand, a quiet reminder of what the gardener knew. The evidence against Elias Thorne was not found in a secret vault or a hidden computer. It was found in the patterns of his life, the timing of his deliveries, and the subtle, unspoken reactions of his targets. Maya presented her findings not to the police, but to a few trusted, equally independent journalists. The subsequent investigative report, published not as a sensational exposé but as a meticulous, almost academic analysis of unexplained political correlations, became the unmaking of The Gardener. Elias Thorne was arrested not for blackmail, which was almost impossible to prove, but for a series of minor, obscure tax evasions related to his farm and his delivery service. He offered no resistance, no comment, only a quiet, almost resigned smile. The power he wielded was too subtle, too ethereal to prosecute directly. But the publication of the correlations was enough. The city's elite, their secrets subtly hinted at, their vulnerabilities now public knowledge, crumbled. The silence that followed was not one of fear, but of exposure, as the seemingly innocuous organic produce had finally, irrevocably, brought down the quiet reign of the gardener. The city's new, state-of-the-art public transport system, a source of immense civic pride, suffered from chronic, unexplained delays and phantom service interruptions, costing millions in lost revenue and commuter frustration. These issues were always dismissed as software glitches or technical growing pains. But beneath the reassurances of engineers and politicians, who was quietly orchestrating the digital chaos, and what was their true harvest from the city's modern infrastructure? Don Emilio, the architect Moretti, was a different breed of criminal in the neon-lit, digitized landscape of 1990s Los Angeles. While others clung to the fading glory of traditional rackets, Emilio, with his almost obsessive fascination for code and networks, saw the burgeoning digital infrastructure of the city as his true domain. He wasn't interested in street corners. He was interested in the invisible pathways of data, the critical systems that made a modern metropolis function. From his minimalist, high-rise penthouse office overlooking the sprawling urban grid, he envisioned an empire built not on territory, but on control of information. He understood that in the modern age, true power lay not in wielding a gun, but in mastering the keyboard. Emilio's ascent began not with a violent takeover, but with a quiet, persistent infiltration of the city's technological nerve centers. He started by cultivating relationships with disillusioned tech professionals, cash-strapped programmers, and even disgruntled network administrators. His approach was subtly persuasive. He offered generous consulting contracts or seed funding for their innovative, if struggling, tech startups. These individuals, once seduced by Emilio's quiet charm and seemingly legitimate patronage, became invaluable assets in his sophisticated network. He created a clandestine think tank of highly skilled hackers and coders, ostensibly working on advanced software solutions, but in reality, tasked with identifying and exploiting vulnerabilities in the city's burgeoning digital infrastructure, from traffic control systems to public utility grids and, most lucratively, the new public transport network. His criminal strategies were masterpieces of digital obfuscation. The glitches in the public transport system were deliberate, precisely timed disruptions designed to create a sense of chaos and necessity. This chaos would then be used to justify expensive, emergency contracts awarded to Emilio's front companies, disguised as IT security firms or software development consultants. These companies would bill the city for non-existent upgrades or bug fixes, channeling millions into Emilio's offshore accounts. Beyond this, his network also harvested vast amounts of data, from commuter travel patterns to the energy consumption of city districts, which could then be sold to intelligence brokers or used for subtle market manipulation. Money laundering was achieved through inflated software licenses, phantom server maintenance fees, and the systematic billing for proprietary algorithms that never existed. He became the quiet, indispensable ghost in the system, orchestrating unseen chaos for immense, untraceable profit. Within the fluid, high-stakes world of organized crime, Emilio navigated power struggles with a chilling, almost surgical precision. Other families might control drug distribution or traditional extortion, but Emilio controlled the very data and systems they relied upon. When a rival capo tried to muscle in on a particular tech firm he was targeting, Emilio wouldn't send enforcers. Instead, that capo's private financial records might mysteriously appear in the hands of the IRS, or their sophisticated communication network would suffer sudden, inexplicable outages, crippling their ability to operate. His influence was so pervasive, so deeply embedded in the digital fabric of the city, that even the most brutal enforcers understood that crossing Emilio meant operating blind and vulnerable in a world increasingly run by data. The unraveling began not with a wiretap or an informant, but with a singularly persistent and brilliant young data scientist named Kenji Tanaka. Kenji, working for the city's transit authority as an efficiency expert, was tasked with optimizing train schedules and reducing delays. He wasn't looking for crime. He was looking for patterns of inefficiency in the vast streams of operational data generated by the transport system. Could it be that the very signals Emilio sent to create chaos would, when meticulously analyzed, reveal his unseen hand? Kenji's initial analysis flagged a peculiar anomaly. The random software glitches and delays exhibited a subtle, almost imperceptible mathematical regularity. They weren't truly random. They followed a complex but discernible pattern, often coinciding with specific financial transactions involving city contracts. He noticed that the timing of these glitches was too perfect, always maximizing disruption while ensuring the repair contracts went to a particular set of newly formed, obscure tech firms. This was the quiet signature of Emilio's digital manipulation. The crucial break came when Kenji, delving deeper, began analyzing the system's log files, the digital breadcrumbs of every command, every error message, every network interaction. He uncovered a sophisticated series of hidden backdoors and logic bombs embedded deep within the public transport system's core operating code. These weren't overt viruses, but subtle, cleverly disguised commands designed to trigger specific delays or phantom alerts at pre-programmed times. The final, undeniable piece of evidence was the IP addresses from which these hidden commands were occasionally updated or modified. They traced back not to a bustling corporate office, but to a series of anonymous servers, all ultimately routing through a legitimate-looking network security firm, which, through meticulous corporate registry checks, was definitively linked to Don Emilio Moretti. On a crisp summer morning in 2002, Don Emilio, the architect Moretti, was arrested not for violence or drug trafficking, but for systemic cybercrime, widespread racketeering through digital manipulation, and grand-scale financial fraud. His empire, built on the quiet, indispensable process of information control, crumbled not under the weight of a violent assault, but under the relentless, methodical analysis of a data scientist and the irrefutable digital trails he left in the very system he sought to control. The ghost in the system, who had so meticulously turned chaos into profit, found his carefully constructed digital illusions dissolving, exposed by the very code he had used to hide. In the sun-drenched, ancient heart of Palermo, where whispers carried more weight than shouts, Isabella Bella Ricci wasn't a capo, nor did she carry a weapon. Yet she held more silent power than many men twice her size in the notoriously secretive Rossi family. How did a woman whose only tools were a keen mind and an encyclopedic memory come to possess the most dangerous leverage in the family? And what would it cost her when that knowledge became a threat? Isabella was an anomaly. In a world defined by a strict code of masculine dominance, she moved with an almost ethereal grace, her presence rarely noticed, yet her influence undeniable. She was the family's archivist, a quiet, almost scholarly woman whose office, tucked away behind a bustling, legitimate import-export business, was a sanctuary of meticulously organized files, each containing a secret, a vulnerability, a debt owed. She didn't extort directly. She merely recorded. Her tools were not intimidation, but observation and an uncanny ability to connect seemingly disparate pieces of information. A senator's mistress, a judge's gambling habit, a rival family's financial vulnerabilities, even indiscretions within the Rossi family itself, all were cataloged with dispassionate precision. You could say she was the family's quiet, living memory, the one who truly knew where all the bodies, metaphorical or otherwise, were buried. The patriarch, old Don Vittorio Rossi, a man whose word was law and whose gaze could freeze blood, recognized Isabella's unique value. He understood that in a changing world, information was becoming more potent than brute force. While his men handled the traditional rackets, Isabella provided the strategic intelligence that allowed the family to navigate treacherous political landscapes, avoid unforeseen pitfalls, and subtly expand their influence. She became his quiet confidant, the only person he trusted with the unvarnished truth of their operations and the hidden weaknesses of their adversaries. She would sit, often for hours, listening to his monologues, interjecting only with precise, insightful questions that would guide his thinking, refining his strategies before they were even fully formed. Her influence grew subtly, like a vine intertwining with ancient stone. When a new mayor needed persuading, Isabella would provide the delicate details of his offshore accounts or his child's secret academic struggles, allowing the family to apply gentle, silent pressure. When a rival family seemed poised to encroach on their territory, Isabella would supply the intelligence on their internal divisions, providing the Don with the exact leverage needed to sow discord from within. She never issued threats, never even met the targets of her meticulously gathered data. Her power was in the unseen, the information that allowed others to act with surgical precision. She became so indispensable that even the most ambitious young capos deferred to her, recognizing that Isabella's quiet whispers to the Don carried more weight than their loudest demands. However, as Don Vittorio aged, his health failing, a new generation began to jockey for position. His nephew, Marco Rossi, a man of modern sensibilities and a more ruthless ambition, started to question the extent of Isabella's knowledge. He saw her comprehensive archives not as an asset, but as a liability. If Isabella knew everything, then she held a power that transcended the family hierarchy, a silent weapon that could dismantle them from within if it ever fell into the wrong hands, or if she chose to wield it herself. The quiet admiration turned into a creeping unease, then a calculated suspicion. The question wasn't if Isabella's influence would be curbed, but how. The unraveling began with a series of subtle maneuvers. Marco, alongside a few ambitious peers, started to isolate Isabella, subtly undermining her access to new information. Files would go missing from her network, communications would be routed elsewhere, and her once constant consultations with the ailing Dawn became less frequent, then ceased altogether. She felt the chill, a tightening of the invisible net around her. She wasn't outwardly threatened. Instead, she was slowly being rendered irrelevant, her knowledge becoming a historical archive rather than a live, actionable threat. But Isabella, ever the meticulous planner, had anticipated this shift. Her reliance on physical files was a carefully cultivated deception. For years, Isabella had been creating a digital mirror of her most sensitive information, encrypted and spread across multiple, seemingly innocuous online accounts and obscure databases, each piece a shard of a larger truth. She had foreseen that a physical archive, no matter how secure, would eventually be compromised. Her final act of quiet rebellion was not a betrayal in the traditional sense, but a strategic disappearance, a carefully planned vanishing act. The morning the Rossi family came to retire her, Isabella was gone. Her office was immaculately tidy, devoid of any incriminating evidence. All her physical files, centuries of secrets, were found shredded or incinerated. But weeks later, a series of anonymous, encrypted data packets began to surface in unexpected places. An expose on a crooked judge appearing on an independent journalism site, a detailed financial breakdown of a rival's offshore accounts landing in a prosecutor's anonymous tip box, and even a cryptic hint about Marco Rossi's own secret dealings appearing on a dark web forum. Each piece was too small to directly incriminate, but together, they created a growing ripple of distrust and panic within the family and its allies. Isabella had not sought to destroy the family, but to ensure that her knowledge, her true power, could never be fully contained or seized. She had made herself untraceable, a ghost in the digital ether, leaving behind a legacy of calculated disruption. The Rossi family, though still powerful, found itself perpetually looking over its shoulder, haunted by the quiet whispers of the information Isabella had set free, a testament to the fact that some secrets, once known, can never truly be buried. The whispers began in the hushed corridors of London's most prestigious auction houses. A lost Renaissance masterwork, presumed destroyed in the war, had resurfaced, authenticated by leading experts, yet a single, almost imperceptible inconsistency in its underpainting gnawed at one quiet conservator. How could such a flawlessly executed deception, worthy of the greatest art forgers in history, be undone by a detail so minute, so easily overlooked? Don Alessandro, the curator Volpe, was not a man of the shadows, but of gilded frames and hushed galleries. In 1990's Milan, he moved with the easy grace of old money, his tailored suits and encyclopedic knowledge of art history belying his true profession. The Volpe family, a once formidable force in traditional rackets, had seen their power wane as the old ways crumbled. It was Alessandro, with his discerning eye and intellectual curiosity, who had quietly steered them into a new, far more lucrative, and arguably more elegant criminal enterprise: high-stakes art fraud and the trafficking of stolen masterpieces. He understood that the greatest fortunes were made not by spilling blood, but by mastering perception. Alessandro's rise was as meticulously crafted as his forgeries. He cultivated relationships with disgraced art historians, financially strapped conservators, and even disillusioned museum security personnel. He didn't threaten, he offered solutions. A historian facing overwhelming debt found a sudden, anonymous benefactor. A conservator struggling with a rare illness in their family discovered a generous, no questions asked grant. These individuals, once seduced by the quiet, seemingly benevolent hand of Don Volpe, became invaluable assets in his sophisticated network. He created a clandestine atelier where master forgers, often artists whose legitimate careers had faltered, painstakingly recreated lost works or duplicated existing ones with breathtaking accuracy. They worked with period materials, aged canvases, and even historical pigments, striving for a fidelity that went beyond mere imitation. His criminal strategies were a testament to his artistic sensibilities. He'd orchestrate the discovery of a long-lost painting, perhaps from a forgotten private collection, ensuring its provenance was just ambiguous enough to excite, but not alarm the art world. Through subtle blackmail or carefully placed donations, he would ensure that the initial authentications went smoothly. The laundered money would flow through a network of shell galleries and anonymous private sales, blurring the lines between genuine investment and illicit profit. He operated in a world where a handshake sealed deals worth tens of millions, a world where the quiet exchange of a masterpiece was far more valuable than any street-level drug transaction. He understood the psychology of the art market, its desire for the rare, its willingness to believe in a romantic narrative, and its deep-seated trust in its own established circles. Within the broader criminal landscape, Alessandro often found himself an anomaly. Other families, still clinging to more brutal methods, viewed his ventures with a mix of disdain and grudging admiration for the sheer volume of untraceable wealth he generated. Power struggles for Alessandro were less about turf wars and more about intellectual dominance, ensuring his operations remained distinct and insulated from the street-level chaos. When a rival family attempted to muscle in on a valuable antique smuggling ring he was overseeing, Alessandro didn't resort to violence. Instead, he subtly alerted a notoriously aggressive private art recovery firm to their activities, letting a third party dismantle his competitor's operation, leaving his own hands clean. His greatest strength was his ability to operate in plain sight, camouflaged by cultural sophistication. The unraveling began, ironically, with a genuine desire for historical accuracy. Dr. Helena Vargas, a quiet, unassuming art conservator at the Uffizi Gallery in Florence, was preparing a catalog for a major exhibition on Renaissance portraiture. She received images of the newly discovered painting, authenticated in London, for inclusion. Helena, however, possessed an almost preternatural sensitivity to the subtle nuances of paint and canvas. While viewing high-resolution scans, she noticed something peculiar in the painting's deepest underlayer, visible only through advanced multispectral imaging. It was a faint, almost imperceptible hint of a pigment, a specific shade of ochre that, according to her extensive research, had not been synthesized or commonly used until a century after the original artist's death. Could a single, anachronistic brushstroke be the thread that unravels a tapestry of deception? Helena, driven by academic rigor rather than suspicion, began a painstaking, quiet investigation. She wasn't looking for a criminal, but for a historical inaccuracy. She cross-referenced archival texts, ancient pigment recipes, and historical trade routes. Each piece of data reinforced her initial observation. The ochre simply should not have been there. She discreetly reached out to a trusted colleague at Scotland Yard, a detective named Inspector Finch, known for his unconventional approach to art crime. Finch, initially skeptical, was swayed by Helena's quiet conviction and the sheer, meticulous detail of her findings. The decisive break came when Helena, with Finch's assistance, secured permission for a microscopic examination of the painting, then displayed at a high-profile exhibition. Under high magnification, the anachronistic ochre was confirmed. The ripple effect was immediate and devastating. Once the initial masterpiece was definitively exposed as a fake, the entire art market began to scrutinize every lost work that had passed through Alessandro Volpi's various channels. The sophisticated network of galleries and private collectors, once his greatest strength, became a conduit for his exposure. On a serene evening in 2002, Don Alessandro Volpe was arrested not for violence or drug trafficking, but for systematic art fraud, money laundering, and grand larceny, charges that shook the art world to its core. His empire, built on the delicate artistry of deception, crumbled not under the weight of a violent raid, but under the quiet, relentless scrutiny of an art historian and a pigment that spoke volumes across centuries. The curator of counterfeits found his carefully constructed illusions dissolving, exposed by the very details he had once believed made them perfect. The ledger, meticulously kept and bound in aged leather, held secrets far beyond mere financial transactions. It meticulously detailed not just income and expenditures, but the very threads of a criminal empire meticulously woven into the fabric of New York's legitimate economy. How did such a document, guarded with paranoid precision by a man who abhorred even the hint of disorder, ever fall into the wrong hands? Arthur Finch, known quietly within certain circles as Artie the Architect, was not a man one would pick out of a crowd. In the bustling financial district of 1970s New York, he blended seamlessly. Sharp suit, understated tie, a brief glance that suggested more calculation than charisma. Yet, while other men barked orders and flexed muscle, Artie wielded a different kind of power. He was the consigliere of coin, the quiet cartographer of the illicit cash flows for the Calabrese family, a network that had, under his guidance, burrowed deep into construction, waste management, and even the city's burgeoning entertainment industry. Artie's journey into the shadows had begun not with a choice, but with a need. A brilliant, if socially awkward, accounting student from Queens, he'd found his family in an impossible bind. A debt, not of their making, threatened to consume them. When a local businessman offered a solution that required Artie's unique knack for numbers, the line between right and wrong blurred. He started small, optimizing cash flows for a few seemingly legitimate businesses. Soon, his talent for making black money appear pristine, like fresh snowfall on a city street, became legendary. He didn't just launder money. He laundered trust, creating intricate webs of shell corporations and offshore accounts that confounded even the most tenacious auditors. You see, it wasn't just about moving money. It was about erasing its history. His strategies were elegant, almost academic. He would instruct his associates to funnel profits from illegal gambling operations through a network of laundromats, then into the accounts of a seemingly struggling construction company. This company would then bid on city contracts, often securing them through a subtle blend of inflated pricing and the quiet, persuasive encouragement of union officials. The profits from these legitimate contracts, now indistinguishable from their illicit origins, would then be invested into real estate, creating tangible assets that expanded the Calabrese family's empire, piece by quiet piece. Artie rarely left his downtown office, his world circumscribed by ledgers and encrypted calls. Yet his influence stretched across boroughs, shaping skylines and municipal decisions. Power struggles within the family were inevitable, a constant hum beneath the surface of their quiet dominance. Artie, however, navigated these treacherous waters not with threats, but with the meticulous distribution of spoils. He ensured that each capo, each influential soldier, saw their share increase, their loyalty cemented not by fear, but by prosperity. When disputes arose over territories or ventures, it was often Artie who mediated, presenting cold, hard figures that demonstrated the most profitable path forward, a dispassionate logic that even the most hot-headed enforcer understood. His greatest strength was his perceived neutrality, his dedication to the family's collective financial health above all else. He was the brain, the central nervous system of a vast, illicit organism. The unraveling began subtly, as most profound shifts do. It wasn't a raid or an informant's panicked confession. It was a single, peculiar detail. A small, independent dry cleaning business in Bensonhurst that consistently reported profits wildly disproportionate to its humble location and customer base. For years, federal agent Malcolm Vance had been tracking the whispers of a pervasive financial network, one that left no bloody fingerprints, only faint trails of numerical anomalies. He wasn't after the shooters, he was after the accountants. Vance, a quiet man himself with an almost obsessive eye for detail, saw something in that dry cleaner's books that didn't quite add up. He began pulling on that loose thread, methodically, patiently. He noticed patterns, seemingly unrelated businesses all using the same obscure offshore bank, the same anonymous shell companies appearing in the ownership structures of diverse ventures, from a popular restaurant chain to a medical supply company. He spent months, then years, assembling a mosaic of financial transactions. Each piece was innocuous on its own, but when laid together, they began to form a sprawling, complex image of an integrated criminal enterprise. Could it be that the very intricacy Artie so prided himself on was ultimately his undoing? Vance wasn't looking for a smoking gun. He was looking for the meticulously drawn blueprints of the smoke itself. The moment it truly unraveled for Artie wasn't dramatic. There was no desperate chase, no violent confrontation. It was a crisp autumn morning in 1982 when two impeccably dressed federal agents arrived at his office, not with warrants for his arrest, but with a subpoena for every financial record, every ledger, every scrap of paper related to his complex web of companies. They didn't need the ledger Artie had guarded so fiercely. They had already recreated its contents through years of painstaking data analysis. The quiet click of the cuffs was almost an afterthought, a formality. His empire, built on numbers and quiet persuasion, crumbled not under the weight of a violent assault, but under the relentless, methodical pressure of figures that, once illuminated, could no longer conceal their true origins. Artie, the quiet architect, found his carefully constructed edifice dissolving into dust, not with a bang, but with the chilling silence of irrefutable evidence. The early 2000s, in the seemingly democratic heart of an American city, one political strategist was capable of turning seemingly insurmountable deficits into stunning electoral victories, leaving rivals bewildered and voters unknowingly swayed. How did this quiet man, with his meticulous understanding of public sentiment, manage to choreograph victories without ever laying a hand on a ballot box? And what seemingly minor miscalculation ultimately unraveled his perfect system of influence? Elias, the architect Vance, was a man who saw democracy not as an ideal, but as a system of variables waiting to be optimized. He operated from a nondescript office building, far from the flashing lights of campaign headquarters. His tools were not grand speeches or boisterous rallies, but vast data sets, sophisticated algorithms, and an almost clinical understanding of the human mind. Elias believed that people didn't vote based on facts, but on feelings, fear, aspiration, resentment, and his genius lay in his ability to subtly manipulate these emotions without ever revealing his hand. He preferred the quiet hum of servers to the roar of a crowd. His process was a meticulous dance of psychological engineering. First, he would acquire granular demographic data, segmenting the electorate into incredibly specific groups: anxious suburban mothers, disaffected union retirees, aspiring urban professionals. For each segment, he would identify their core anxieties and desires. Then, he would craft bespoke messages, often in the form of seemingly independent local news stories, community forum discussions, or even anonymous online petitions. For the suburban mothers, a piece might appear about local school safety concerns, subtly linking them to the incumbent's policies. For union retirees, an article could highlight a rival candidate's past votes on pension reform, framing it as a betrayal. These weren't overt attacks, but gentle nudges, planting seeds of doubt or affirmation. Elias never directly managed political campaigns. Instead, he worked through layers of seemingly legitimate nonprofit organizations, civic voices for progress, or citizens for a better tomorrow, which he secretly funded. These groups would then pay for local ad placements, distribute flyers, and organized grassroots phone banks. The politicians he worked for, often unknowingly, were merely the faces of a larger, unseen strategy designed to bring them to power. The true beneficiaries were the shadowy interests, often connected to organized crime, who sought to install pliable officials to secure lucrative city contracts, zoning changes, or favorable regulatory environments. Elias provided the invisible leverage, the quiet influence that ensured their investments paid off. His team was small, comprised of brilliant but socially awkward data scientists, former journalists with a knack for crafting believable narratives, and marketing specialists who understood the nuances of micro-targeting. Loyalty was bought not through fear, but through intellectual challenge and extremely generous compensation. They were all cogs in a machine designed for plausible deniability, a web so intricate that even if one thread was pulled, the entire structure remained intact. Elias himself was a phantom. He attended no public events, spoke to no media, and lived a quiet, almost reclusive life. For nearly a decade, Elias's system was virtually foolproof. His clients rarely lost, and when they did, it was by a margin too small to raise suspicion. Rivals scratched their heads, unable to pinpoint why their campaigns, seemingly robust, would collapse in the final weeks. The city's political landscape shifted subtly but consistently in favor of his unseen patrons. The tension for opposing campaigns was a creeping sense of unease, the feeling of fighting an unseen enemy whose methods were as effective as they were untraceable. The unraveling began not with a whistleblower, but with a series of shared anxieties within the targeted populace. A sharp, independent data journalist named Olivia Hayes, a newcomer to the city, started noticing a pattern. An unusually high number of push polls, surveys designed to subtly disseminate negative information about a candidate rather than gather opinions, in key swing districts just before elections. She also observed a peculiar consistency in the phrasing and thematic content of seemingly disparate negative news stories appearing in various local online forums and small, independent news blogs. It was as if multiple grassroots concerns were all singing from the same slightly off-key hymnal. Olivia wasn't looking for vote tampering. She was looking for manipulation of public discourse. She began to meticulously map the funding trails of these various community organizations, often leading through layers of shell corporations and anonymous donors. She cross-referenced the language used in their public statements and found statistical overlaps that were far too precise to be coincidental. The flaw in Elias's perfect system was its own efficiency. His methods, while subtle, were so effective and so consistently applied that they left a faint, almost subliminal digital footprint. He was so confident in the invisibility of his methods that he sometimes recycled highly effective phrases or psychological triggers across different campaigns. Her investigation wasn't a sudden expose, but a slow, methodical peeling back of layers. Olivia's articles, published in a highly respected national investigative journal, didn't accuse Elias of explicit illegal acts, but they meticulously laid bare the orchestration of public opinion, the deliberate engineering of consent. She detailed the psychological profiling, the micro-targeting, and the coordinated dissemination of often misleading narratives. She revealed the web of ostensibly benign nonprofits, all leading back to a single anonymous holding company. Elias Vance was never arrested for ballot tampering or overt corruption. Instead, he was quietly investigated for campaign finance irregularities and violations of truth in advertising laws related to his nonprofit organizations. He was apprehended in his office, still calmly reviewing data visualizations. He offered no resistance, only a faint, almost analytical nod, a silent acknowledgement that his perfect, unseen influence had finally become undeniably visible. His empire, built on the quiet manipulation of the democratic process, dissolved not with a thunderous expose, but with the quiet hum of a data server being seized and the rustle of meticulously printed financial records, a testament to the fact that even the most invisible threads of influence can, eventually, be traced back to their source. The hushed corridors of 1990s Washington, D.C., a man known only to a select few as the Whisperer, seemed to possess an uncanny ability to influence pivotal decisions, shaping legislation and corporate deals from the shadows. But how did this unassuming figure amass such profound leverage over the city's most powerful elite? And what subtle flaw in his meticulously constructed network eventually brought his empire of secrets crashing down? The man behind the moniker was Arthur Finch, a former congressional aide who had vanished from public life only to reappear as a ghost in the machine of influence. Arthur was not a physically imposing man. He dressed in unremarkable grays and blues, spoke softly, and possessed a gaze that seemed to absorb every detail without revealing a flicker of his own thoughts. His brilliance lay in his profound understanding of human weakness. He didn't threaten with violence. He leveraged vulnerability. His currency was not money, but discretion, or rather, the lack thereof. He meticulously collected indiscretions. Not just illegal acts, but embarrassing personal failures, hidden financial dependencies, moral compromises, and quiet betrayals. These he compiled into detailed dossiers, each a potential lever to be pulled. You could consider him a master cartographer of the human psyche, mapping out every fault line. Arthur's method was insidious in its simplicity. He never directly approached his targets. Instead, he would pass carefully curated snippets of information to his silent partners within a loosely affiliated network of fixers and shadowy intermediaries. These intermediaries, in turn, would present the options to the influential figures: cooperate with a seemingly innocuous request, a vote on a specific bill, a favorable ruling on a corporate merger, a discreet appointment, or face the quiet, devastating exposure of their carefully guarded secrets. The beauty of Arthur's system, from his perspective, was its absolute deniability. No threats were ever uttered directly by him. No physical violence was ever sanctioned. His power was purely psychological, the slow, agonizing squeeze of reputation and career. His network of intelligence gathering was equally subtle. He employed a handful of former researchers and disillusioned government clerks, all quiet, intelligent individuals with a knack for piecing together seemingly unrelated public records, social media whispers, and whispered confidences from exclusive DC gatherings. These were not cloak and dagger agents, but patient, diligent information gatherers who understood that a seemingly trivial detail, a forgotten divorce filing, a rare medical condition, a sudden surge in credit card debt, could become the fulcrum of immense leverage. Arthur would then synthesize this raw data, cross-referencing, verifying, and weaving it into the comprehensive narratives that formed his potent dossiers. His office, a minimalist space overlooking the Potomac, contained little more than a powerful computer and an extensive digital library of human failings. For years, Arthur operated with near impunity. His information was always precise, his timing impeccable. He successfully orchestrated the passage of corporate-friendly legislation, influenced judicial appointments, and even subtly shifted the narrative on major international trade agreements. He was the quiet, unseen hand guiding the puppet strings of power, a vital asset to the organized crime elements who profited from the outcomes of his manipulations. The tension for those caught in his web was a silent, internal scream, the constant fear of exposure. No one dared speak of the Whisperer aloud, lest they invite his unseen scrutiny. The unraveling began not with an external threat, but with an internal crack in Arthur's perfect system, an unforeseen act of human integrity. One of his targets was Ambassador Evelyn Hayes, a career diplomat known for her unwavering ethical compass, a woman whose hidden past involved a painful family secret that, if revealed, would destroy her meticulously built career. Arthur's network presented her with an ultimatum. Either push for a controversial trade deal that would heavily benefit a specific shadowy consortium, or her secret would be quietly leaked to a hungry press. Ambassador Hayes, after days of agonizing deliberation, made a choice Arthur had never truly factored into his calculations. She chose to expose herself, not by naming Arthur, for she couldn't, but by quietly confessing the core of her secret to a trusted, high-ranking colleague in the State Department, preempting the leak. Her career was indeed shattered, but her confession, stripped of direct accusation, sent a ripple of alarm through the intelligence community. Why would someone of her stature willingly self-destruct over an undisclosed personal matter? It hinted at coercion without explicit proof. This seemingly isolated incident caught the attention of Special Agent Sarah Jenkins, a quiet, analytical FBI agent known for her ability to connect abstract patterns. Jenkins wasn't looking for a traditional gangster. She was looking for a ghost. She noticed a series of similar, seemingly unrelated, self-inflicted career implosions across Washington, all involving individuals with seemingly unassailable reputations. They all had one common thread: a period of intense, uncharacteristic pressure before their fall, and none had ever named an explicit blackmailer. Jenkins began to investigate not the victims but the information itself, how it was obtained, how it was used, and, most crucially, the unseen connections between the seemingly disparate cases. Her investigation led her down a rabbit hole of data analysis. She traced subtle digital fingerprints, cross-referenced obscure public records, and identified a pattern of meticulously scrubbed online activity that consistently preceded these self-implosions. The trail of digital breadcrumbs, faint as they were, eventually led to Arthur Finch's unassuming IP address. He was apprehended not in a dramatic chase, but sitting at his desk, meticulously organizing his latest dossier. He merely looked up, a faint, almost intellectual curiosity in his eyes as he recognized the methodical precision of Agent Jenkins's work. His empire, built on the unseen leverage of human weakness, dissolved not with a roar, but with the quiet click of a handcuff, a testament to the fact that even the most perfectly constructed web of secrets can be unraveled by a single, unforeseen act of integrity. The City Council's unanimous vote to award the municipal waste disposal contract to Clean Sweep Environmental Services in 1975 seemed like a simple, civic decision. Yet, beneath the veneer of civic duty lay a labyrinth of unspoken agreements, quiet threats, and an almost unimaginable accumulation of illicit wealth. How did the mundane task of collecting a city's refuse become the foundation of a criminal empire, and what obscure environmental detail ultimately led to its very public collapse? Don Dante the Dustman Moretti was a man who understood the fundamental, often overlooked, rhythms of urban life. He wasn't the kind of mobster who wore flashy suits or barked orders in smoke-filled backrooms. Dante was a quiet presence, impeccably dressed in charcoal gray, his gaze thoughtful, almost distant. From his unassuming office overlooking the vast, churning maw of the city's largest landfill, he presided over an empire built on trash. He had risen from humble beginnings, observing that while most crime families fought over gambling, drugs, or loans, no one ever considered the absolute necessity of waste removal. He saw that true power lay not in controlling what people wanted, but what they desperately needed to get rid of. Dante's ascent was a masterclass in patient, strategic infiltration. He began by quietly acquiring small, struggling sanitation companies, merging them under the Clean Sweep banner. His methods were simple but devastatingly effective. He ensured that his crews were always on time, always efficient, and always willing to go the extra mile for a price. For businesses that resisted his services or refused to pay his inflated rates, Their dumpsters mysteriously remained overflowing, attracting pests and fines until compliance became the only option. For city officials, the threat wasn't violence, but a public health crisis. Imagine a major metropolis drowning in its own refuse, and suddenly, political careers become very, very short. This subtle coercion, unseen by the public eye, allowed him to secure lucrative city contracts with ease, turning the city's discarded detritus into a river of clean, unexamined cash. His criminal strategies were as elegant as they were pervasive. Every invoice for waste collection was slightly inflated, the difference siphoned into a network of offshore accounts disguised as maintenance or consulting fees. He owned not only the trucks but also the landfills, which meant he controlled not just what was collected, but where it went, and what else might be buried alongside the city's garbage. Smuggled goods would occasionally make their way into the city disguised as construction debris, quietly offloaded at his controlled transfer stations. Money laundering was a simple matter of overbilling the city for tonnage collected, or charging exorbitant fees for hazardous material disposal that never actually occurred. He became the quiet, indispensable backbone of the city's hidden economy. Power struggles within the larger criminal underworld were inevitable, but Dante navigated them with a quiet, unassailable leverage. Other capos might control the streets, but Dante controlled the very waste they generated. When a rival family tried to muscle in on a particular district's commercial waste collection, Dante wouldn't send enforcers. Instead, he would simply issue a quiet order, and within days, that rival family's key businesses, their restaurants, their nightclubs, their storefronts, would find themselves facing an insurmountable problem. No one would pick up their trash. The smell, the health risks, the public outcry would force them to back down, often without Dante ever having to directly confront them. His power was derived from the fundamental messiness of human existence. The unraveling began not with a wiretap or an informant, but with a persistent, almost obsessive environmentalist named Dr. Evelyn Reed. Dr. Reed, a quiet academic with a specialty in groundwater contamination, had been tracking an unusual cluster of ecological anomalies in the vicinity of the city's largest landfill, the very one managed by Clean Sweep. She wasn't looking for crime. She was looking for pollutants. Could it be that the very earth itself would be the witness to Dante's silent reign? Her research, initially dismissed as the work of an overzealous academic, kept pointing to specific, highly unusual chemical signatures in the soil and water samples. These weren't typical municipal waste byproducts. They suggested industrial chemicals, medical waste, and even traces of rare, heavy metals substances that should have been processed through specialized, government-regulated channels, not simply buried in a public landfill. Dr. Reed, frustrated by official inaction, approached a skeptical but open-minded federal prosecutor, David Chung, known for his unconventional approach to organized crime, often looking beyond traditional violence. The crucial break came when Dr. Reed's team, using advanced forensic geophysics, identified several anomalies deep within a section of the landfill ostensibly designated for inert construction debris. Prosecutor Chung, armed with her data, secured a rare federal warrant for an archaeological-style dig within the landfill. What they uncovered were not construction materials, but thousands of barrels of illegally dumped toxic industrial waste, meticulously buried years prior, all tied back through shipping manifests to shell companies linked to Dante Moretti's Clean Sweep Environmental Services. On a drizzly morning in 1998, Don Dante the Dustman Moretti was arrested not for racketeering or extortion directly, but for massive environmental crimes and conspiracy to illegally dispose of hazardous materials. His empire, built on the quiet, indispensable service of collecting waste, collapsed when the very refuse he managed became the undeniable evidence against him. The silent scavenger, who had so carefully turned the city's dirt into gold, found his meticulously buried secrets unearthed, exposed by the very earth he had sought to control. For decades, the family's books were a fortress of impenetrable complexity, guarded by consiglia Connie Russo, a woman whose stern gaze and sharper mind kept countless illegal fortunes pristine. But as the digital age dawned and her old-world methods clashed with new threats, could her intricate system of deceit truly withstand the relentless scrutiny of a new kind of foe? In the bustling, close-knit heart of Little Italy in the 1970s, amidst the aroma of simmering tomato sauce and the clatter of daily life, Consiglia Russo was an unlikely pillar of power. She was not a glamorous figure, nor one who sought the spotlight. Instead, Connie, with her severe bun, practical dresses, and spectacles perched on her nose, looked every inch the stern, unassuming accountant she presented herself to be. Yet, behind the frosted glass door of her small, nondescript office, she orchestrated financial movements of astonishing complexity, cleaning the ill-gotten gains of the formidable Lombardi family with an almost artistic precision. She was, in essence, their financial architect, the Iron Lady, who ensured their vast sums flowed seamlessly from illegal enterprises into legitimate businesses. Connie's journey into this shadowy world began not through ambition, but through a deeply ingrained sense of family loyalty. Her uncle, Big Tony Lombardi, had plucked her from a promising career in corporate finance after recognizing her extraordinary aptitude for numbers and her unwavering discretion. She had a mind that could see patterns where others saw chaos, and an almost intuitive understanding of how money could be obscured, disguised, and ultimately made legitimate. Her methods were meticulous, almost painstakingly old-fashioned. Ledgers were kept in neat, coded columns. Receipts, often for phantom services or non-existent goods, were meticulously filed. Cash from gambling dens, protection rackets, and illicit liquor sales was laundered through a dizzying array of small, seemingly independent businesses. A bakery, a fish market, a dry cleaner, all owned directly or indirectly by the family. Connie's genius lay in the sheer volume and intricate layering of her schemes. You could spend months auditing the books of a single Lombardi-owned pizzeria, and while you might find minor discrepancies, you'd never uncover the deeper, systemic flow of funds. Each business fed into another, sometimes across state lines, through shell corporations that dissolved as quickly as they were formed. She created an illusion of legitimate, bustling commerce, a financial tapestry so dense and complex that it seemed impossible to unpick. She was a master of the straw man owner, using distant relatives or unsuspecting fronts to obscure the true beneficiaries. It was a painstaking, relentless endeavor, requiring a mind that reveled in detail and an almost fanatical dedication to secrecy. However, as the 1990s approached, the world began to change. The age of digital finance was dawning, and with it, new methods of tracking money began to emerge. Bank transfers became electronic, records were digitized, and the slow, deliberate pace of paper trails gave way to instant, traceable transactions. Connie, fiercely proud of her analog fortress, resisted these changes. She viewed computers with suspicion, seeing them as unstable, easily compromised. "A paper trail can be burned," she'd often say, her voice gravelly with conviction. "But a digital one, it leaves a ghost." The federal authorities, specifically a new breed of financial investigators within the FBI, were also evolving. They were no longer just chasing men with guns. They were chasing money, using sophisticated software and data analysis to identify unusual patterns and anomalies. One such agent, a young, tech-savvy woman named Sofia Rodriguez, was assigned to the Lombardi family. Sofia didn't look for the obvious. She didn't raid businesses looking for cash. Instead, she sat in front of a computer screen, poring over vast datasets of public financial records, tax filings, and corporate registrations, searching for the digital echoes of the Lombardi Empire. Sofia's breakthrough came not from finding a mistake in Connie's perfect ledgers, but from recognizing an absence. Connie's old-world methodology meant certain types of modern, Digital transactions were simply missing from the Lombardi family's reported income streams, even as their public spending and wealth visibly grew. Sofia noticed an unusual number of cash-only businesses within the family's portfolio, and a striking lack of electronic fund transfers, even for businesses that should have been relying on them heavily in the modern era. It was as if a significant part of their financial life was simply off the digital grid. Sofia began to track the physical movement of money itself, the patterns of large cash deposits, always just under the reporting threshold, made at different bank branches by different individuals, yet always linked to the same few family members. She saw the intricate, almost ritualistic way cash was ferried from one seemingly legitimate front to another, always in small, untraceable increments. Connie had been so effective at creating a paper fortress that she had inadvertently created a very distinct physical footprint, a rhythm of cash that stood out in a world increasingly reliant on digital flows. The unmasking of the Iron Lady was not a dramatic raid, but a quiet, methodical tightening of the net. The FBI began to follow the cash, not just its source or destination, but its journey. They observed the same couriers, making the same circuitous routes, delivering bags of cash to Connie's seemingly innocuous office. They set up surveillance, not on the noisy gambling dens, but on the quiet, unassuming accountant's office. When they finally served the warrant, Connie was sitting at her desk, surrounded by her meticulously organized paper files. She looked up at Agent Rodriguez, her stern gaze unwavering. "You found the cracks, then?" she said, her voice betraying a hint of grudging respect. It wasn't a mistake in her accounting that brought her down, but her steadfast refusal to adapt, her unwavering loyalty to a system that, while once impenetrable, had become a relic in a rapidly digitizing world. The fortress of paper had become a cage of information, and the digital ghost she had feared had finally materialized, not within her ledgers, but in the patterns of her unwavering old-world methods. The secrets she had so painstakingly guarded for decades were finally laid bare, not by a ledger entry, but by the quiet rhythm of the cash itself. The container ship, the SS Athena, sat unmoving in its berth at the port of New York, a single, critical shipment of high-tech medical equipment delayed by an unforeseen labor dispute that no one seemed to understand. For a port that prided itself on relentless efficiency, such a public, costly standstill was unheard of. What unseen forces had the power to halt the very heartbeat of commerce, and who benefited from the silent paralysis of 1,000 tons of cargo? Don Antonio "Tony the Tide" Salerno was not the figure one typically associated with the gritty, bustling docks of the 1970s. With his soft, measured voice and an almost professorial air, Tony preferred the quiet contemplation of shipping manifests to the loud pronouncements of his more boisterous contemporaries. Yet, from his unassuming office overlooking the vast expanse of container yards, Tony wielded a power far greater than any street boss. He had spent decades patiently, meticulously gaining absolute control over the longshoremen's union, not through violence, but through a granular understanding of logistics, leverage, and the sheer, unyielding demand for labor. He knew that in the global economy, the true choke points were not territories, but passages. Tony's ascent had begun in the post-war boom, when the port was the undisputed artery of the city. He started as a union delegate, keenly observing the interplay of shipping lines, customs, and labor. He identified the subtle vulnerabilities, the perishable goods that needed swift passage, the seasonal demands for specific imports, the absolute dependency of businesses on uninterrupted flow. He gradually gained control not by direct threats, but by offering solutions to problems that mysteriously appeared. A competitor's cargo might suffer unexplained damage, or a crucial shipment might be inexplicably misplaced for weeks in the vast warehouses. Conversely, those who cooperated found their goods sailing through customs with unprecedented speed, their unions enjoying harmonious relations. This quiet, pervasive coercion was often more terrifying than a direct confrontation, as it left no clear perpetrator, only devastating financial consequences. His criminal strategies were a testament to his logistical genius. He ran an extensive racketeering operation disguised as expedited handling fees and union solidarity contributions, inflating the cost of every container that entered or left the port. He maintained a vast network of ghost workers on union payrolls, their salaries siphoned directly into his coffers. Beyond this, the port served as an unparalleled conduit for smuggling. High-value contraband electronics, luxury textiles, even rare art would be quietly offloaded from legitimate vessels, disguised within ostensibly empty containers or mixed with low-value bulk goods. The money laundering was a seamless affair, flowing through shell companies established as customs brokerage firms, warehousing facilities, and even small, legitimate import-export businesses that Tony's family secretly owned. The sheer volume of legitimate trade provided perfect cover for the illicit. Within the tangled web of organized crime, Tony navigated power struggles with a chilling, almost academic precision. Other families might control drug distribution or gambling circuits, but Tony controlled the very means by which their goods entered the city. When a rival capo tried to establish their own foothold in the port, Tony wouldn't dispatch enforcers. Instead, that capo's next illicit shipment would find itself permanently stalled in customs or mysteriously lost in transit, bleeding the rival dry without a single drop of blood spilled. His influence was so deeply embedded, so essential to the port's operation, that even the most violent capos understood that crossing Tony meant crippling their own supply lines. He was the quiet, indispensable fulcrum upon which much of the city's hidden economy balanced. The unraveling began not with a dramatic raid or an informant's panicked confession, but with a new, quietly ambitious federal prosecutor named Eleanor Vance. Eleanor, fresh out of law school and assigned to a low-profile task force investigating import-export irregularities, started noticing a consistent pattern in minor customs violations. These weren't drug busts, but small discrepancies in manifests, slight overdeclarations of weight, or unusual routing choices for seemingly innocent cargo, all linked to a surprisingly small number of seemingly unrelated brokerage firms. Could it be that the smallest ripples on the surface hid a profound current beneath? Eleanor, a meticulous analyst by nature, began mapping these seemingly disparate anomalies. She wasn't looking for the big score. She was looking for the quiet hum of a system. Her breakthrough came when she cross-referenced the unusual shipping patterns with public union records and private corporate filings. She discovered that many of the small brokerage firms, while legally distinct, shared subtle, overlapping ownership structures that eventually led back to a legitimate-looking real estate trust. This trust, in turn, owned a significant portion of the warehouses and even parts of the equipment used at the very docks experiencing the most frequent labor disputes. The crucial break came when a disgruntled customs officer, tired of being quietly strong-armed into looking the other way, anonymously provided Eleanor with an internal union memo detailing a complex system of priority processing for certain shipping codes. These codes, ostensibly for urgent, legitimate cargo, were in reality used to flag shipments for either swift, uninspected passage for Tony's smuggled goods, or for deliberate, indefinite delay for his competitors. It was a quiet instruction, but it laid bare the entire mechanism of Tony's control over the port's rhythm. On a blustery morning in 1985, Don Antonio "Tony the Tide" Salerno was arrested not for drug trafficking or murder, but for systemic racketeering, economic extortion, and large-scale smuggling, all tied to his manipulation of port logistics and union power. His empire, built on the quiet, indispensable flow of commerce, crumbled not under the weight of a violent assault, but under the relentless, methodical analysis of an ambitious prosecutor who understood that sometimes the most profound crimes leave their clearest traces not in blood, but in the subtle, unseen delays of everyday trade. He wasn't a man of muscle or overt threats, yet Robert "Bobby" Vance held more sway over the city's powerful and corrupt than any enforcer. His weapon was information, meticulously gathered secrets that bought compliance with a mere whisper, but who eventually held a secret that could dismantle the quiet empire of the man who knew everything. In the humid, smoke-filled backrooms of Chicago in the 1950s, amidst the clinking of glasses and the hushed deals, Robert Vance moved like a ghost. He was impeccably dressed, always with a faint scent of expensive cologne and a gaze that seemed to miss nothing. Unlike the loud, boisterous men who ran the rackets, Bobby Vance was a listener, a quiet observer. He was a lawyer by trade, a brilliant legal mind who seemed more interested in the intricate dance of human weakness than the letter of the law. His real genius lay in his ability to collect. Not money, not art, but favors. Specifically, incriminating favors. He knew which judges had gambling debts, which politicians had secret mistresses, which business owners were skimming off the top, and which union bosses had blood on their hands. Bobby's rise was not through violence, but through indispensability. When a city councilman found himself in a difficult bind over a zoning dispute, Bobby provided the perfect, anonymous solution. When a powerful construction magnate needed a rival's bid discreetly undermined, Bobby orchestrated it with precision, ensuring no fingerprints led back to the magnate. His services weren't cheap, but they were effective, and more importantly, they came with a subtle, unspoken understanding. A debt was incurred, a favor given, a favor owed. And Bobby Vance never forgot a favor. He kept meticulous, coded notes in a fireproof safe, a labyrinthine ledger of human failings that became his ultimate leverage. His power was psychological. He rarely needed to explicitly threaten anyone. A gentle reminder, a well-placed suggestion that certain information might find its way to unintended audiences, was usually enough. You could feel the weight of his knowledge, an invisible hand guiding decisions, shaping outcomes, all without a single raised voice or a spilled drop of blood. This was the quiet art of soft coercion, a system Bobby perfected until the city itself seemed to operate on his subtle directives. He was the architect behind the scenes, ensuring the family's interests were always served, their illicit profits protected and laundered through seemingly legitimate ventures, from waste management contracts to lucrative import-export businesses. He streamlined their racketeering, making it so efficient, so smoothly integrated into the city's legitimate economy, that it became almost invisible. But the very strength of his system, its reliance on secrets, was also its greatest vulnerability. Bobby Vance was so consumed by collecting others' weaknesses that he neglected his own. His meticulous nature extended to every aspect of his life, save one: a deep, almost compulsive need for control. And within that need, there was a personal secret he guarded with ferocity. A hidden family, a quiet existence outside the city he commanded, far from the shadows and whispers. A wife and child he visited only sporadically, convinced their isolation protected them from his world. The shift in the underworld came not from federal agents, but from within. A new generation, more brutal, less patient, began to rise. They saw Bobby's methods as slow, inefficient. One particularly ambitious young capo, Vincenzo "Vinny" Russo, believed in direct action, not quiet manipulation. Vinny resented Bobby's unseen power, his ability to dictate terms without ever getting his hands dirty. He sought to dismantle Bobby's influence, but understood that a direct confrontation would be foolish. He needed a different approach. Vinny began his campaign by subtly disrupting Bobby's carefully constructed network. A favor Bobby had promised a judge was unexpectedly thwarted by Vinny's men. A politician Bobby was leveraging suddenly found a new, more terrifying patron. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, the strings Bobby pulled began to fray. But these were mere skirmishes. Vinny's true genius lay in identifying Bobby's Achilles heel, his absolute control over information. Vinny assigned one of his most cunning and patient lieutenants, a man named Leo, to the task of finding Bobby's secret. Leo didn't look for financial crimes or illicit dealings. He looked for a pattern in Bobby's perfectly unpredictable life, a single recurring deviation from his meticulous schedule. He discovered the quiet trips out of the city, the discreet visits to a suburban house miles away, a place where Bobby Vance was not the all-powerful collector of favors, but simply Robert, a husband and father. The unraveling was quiet, methodical, and devastatingly precise. Vinny never touched Bobby's family. He didn't need to. He simply ensured that the information that Bobby Vance, the cold, calculating man who held everyone's secrets, had a vulnerable, entirely legitimate life he desperately protected, became known to those within the family who were already chafing under Bobby's subtle dominance. It was enough. The power of secrets lies in their hidden nature. Once exposed, their leverage diminishes. Suddenly, those Bobby had controlled, those who feared his knowledge, saw a crack in his armor. They saw not a ghost, but a man with a human weakness. The whispers started not about the secrets Bobby held, but about the secret he kept. His influence waned. His calls went unanswered. His favors were no longer reciprocated. No one arrested him. No one killed him. He simply ceased to be indispensable. He was just a lawyer who knew too much, but no longer controlled it. The last anyone truly saw of Robert Vance in his former capacity was a quiet figure, perfectly dressed as always, walking out of his downtown office for the final time, carrying a small, anonymous briefcase. The elaborate ledger of secrets was never found, but the quiet certainty was that the master manipulator, the collector of favors, had finally found himself disarmed by the one secret he could not leverage, his own. What became of him, and those he had quietly controlled, remained a story whispered in the city's shadows, a testament to the fact that even the most formidable power can crumble with the revelation of a single human truth. In the smoke-filled backrooms of 1950s Chicago, where rivalries often spilled into the streets in bursts of violence, one man stood as an almost mythical figure of calm. Antonio the Peacemaker Rizzo, the quiet consigliere to the formidable Barzini family. How did this unassuming diplomat, who never raised his voice or drew a weapon, manage to mediate endless internal disputes and keep the family's coffers overflowing? And what ultimately fractured the delicate peace he so meticulously crafted? Antonio was an anomaly in the brutal world of organized crime. He carried no firearms, dressed in impeccably tailored but conservative suits, and spoke in soft, measured tones. His true power lay not in force, but in an almost preternatural ability to understand human nature, to sniff out hidden agendas, and to craft compromises that, while never perfectly satisfying, always averted open conflict. He had an unparalleled memory for slights, favors, and debts, both financial and personal. When two capos were on the verge of turning a quiet disagreement into a bloody feud over a territory or a cut of the profits, it was Antonio who would quietly arrange a meeting, present a solution so artfully balanced it seemed almost inevitable, and ensure that both parties left feeling they had won, or at least avoided a greater loss. He was the family's internal affairs department, its silent arbiter, a human circuit breaker for volatile tempers. His relationship with Don Carmine Barzini was one of profound trust, almost like a symbiosis. Carmine, a man of fierce temper and old-world principles, relied entirely on Antonio's judgment for internal matters. While the Don handled external threats with an iron fist, it was Antonio who kept the family from devouring itself from within. Antonio's office was a simple space adorned with bookshelves filled with legal texts and philosophical works, rather than ledgers of illicit earnings. Here, he would host his quiet consultations, sipping espresso and listening more than he spoke, his eyes reflecting a deep understanding of the unspoken resentments and simmering ambitions of the men who came to him. He understood that true loyalty wasn't simply commanded. It was carefully cultivated, often through the quiet resolution of grievances. Antonio's influence also extended to the family's financial strategies. He abhorred public displays of wealth, seeing them as unnecessary risks. Instead, he championed quiet, almost invisible investments, funneling laundered money through a network of small, legitimate businesses, dry cleaners, catering companies, and even a chain of neighborhood pharmacies. He was meticulous about the clean money, ensuring that the legal revenue streams appeared entirely separate from the illicit ones. He believed that the strength of the family lay not in its ability to inspire fear, but in its financial resilience and its ability to operate beneath the radar of law enforcement. This approach, while less flashy, brought in steady, considerable profits and kept the family out of the public eye for longer than many of their more flamboyant contemporaries. As the years passed, however, a subtle shift occurred. The younger generation, many of whom had never experienced the brutal early days of open warfare, began to see Antonio's conciliatory approach as weakness. They craved more direct action, more overt displays of power, and a faster accumulation of wealth. Among them was Marco Barzini, Don Carmine's ambitious nephew, who, while outwardly respectful, privately chafed under Antonio's quiet authority. Marco believed Antonio's endless compromises were leaving money on the table, and that the family's true power was being diluted by constant appeasement. The unraveling began when Antonio attempted to mediate a particularly bitter dispute over a newly opened casino in Las Vegas, a venture Marco had largely spearheaded. Marco had promised a hefty cut to a rival crew in exchange for their non-interference, but then reneged, believing his newly solidified power base within the family would protect him. The rival crew escalated their demands, threatening to expose some of the casino's less-than-legal financial arrangements. Antonio, true to form, sought a middle ground, urging Marco to honor at least a portion of the original agreement to avoid a costly and attention-grabbing public dispute. Marco, however, saw this as a direct challenge to his authority, an indication that Antonio's peacekeeping was merely a way to exert control. He believed Antonio's accumulated knowledge of everyone's secrets, kept in service of diplomacy, had become a silent form of blackmail. He perceived Antonio as a relic, an obstacle to the family's future, a man whose subtle influence was now a greater threat than any external enemy. The whispers around Marco began to suggest that Antonio knew too much, that his archive of compromises and hidden truths made him a walking liability in a new, more ruthless era. The final act was not violent, but a quiet, calculated betrayal. Marco, without Antonio's knowledge, engineered a situation where seemingly innocuous financial transactions Antonio had personally overseen for years, transactions designed to quietly benefit certain family members and maintain their loyalty, were quietly leaked to an ambitious young prosecutor, Vincent Moretti. These leaks, while not immediately damning on their own, created a labyrinth of suspicion. Antonio's perfect system of compartmentalization, designed to protect the family from external scrutiny, now seemed, ironically, to implicate him directly. Antonio was apprehended during his morning coffee, a scene devoid of drama. He simply looked at the agents, a flicker of understanding in his eyes, knowing instinctively that the intricate web of trust and secrets he had so carefully woven had finally become his undoing. He offered no resistance, no argument. His empire of truces, built on whispers and compromises, dissolved not with a violent crack, but with the quiet turning of a key, a testament to the fact that even the most skillful piece, when built upon a foundation of secrets, can be shattered by a single deliberate act of internal sabotage. A single late delivery of prime cuts, dismissed by most as a logistical error, was the first tremor in a meticulously controlled empire that had held a city's entire food supply in its icy grip. How could one missed shipment unravel decades of calculated dominance? And who was quietly pulling the strings behind the scenes of every restaurant and grocery store? Don Carlo the Butcher Rossi was, ironically, not a butcher by trade. He was a man of quiet habits, often seen nursing a single espresso in the corner of a bustling Little Italy cafe in 1980s New York, observing the flow of goods and people with a hawk-like intensity. His true dominion lay not in violence, but in logistics. Carlo, with his unassuming demeanor and a penchant for perfectly tailored suits, had, over 30 years, woven an intricate web of influence through the city's food supply chain. He controlled the unions that delivered everything from fresh produce to frozen meats, ensuring that no restaurant, no grocery store, no school cafeteria received its vital provisions without his silent approval. He understood that power wasn't found in a gun, but in the stomach. Carlo's ascent had been a masterclass in patient infiltration. He began as a low-level enforcer for a small family, but his sharp mind quickly saw beyond street-level rackets. He recognized the profound, daily dependency a city had on its food. By manipulating union elections within the trucking and food handlers' guilds, and by subtly leveraging his family's reputation for expediting problems, he slowly gained control. Soon, no delivery truck moved, no major food contract was signed without a nod, or at least an awareness, from Carlo. Businesses either joined his favored distributors or found their deliveries perpetually delayed, their perishable goods mysteriously spoiled, their access to key suppliers abruptly cut off. This soft coercion was far more effective than overt threats, leaving victims with no clear evidence, only the chilling understanding of who held the city's hunger in their hands. His criminal strategies were a masterpiece of quiet exploitation. Every step of the food chain, from the farms to the restaurant kitchens, became a channel for his illicit gains. Protection fees were disguised as mandatory, expedited delivery surcharges. Ghost employees swelled union payrolls, their salaries siphoned off as pure profit. Warehouses, ostensibly holding legitimate goods, also served as waypoints for smuggled luxury items or, occasionally, for the quiet offloading of stolen cargo. Money laundering was achieved through inflated invoices from his own, approved suppliers, payments for non-existent services, and a network of shell corporations posing as legitimate wholesale food distributors. The true genius was in the volume. Small, consistent drips of illicit income from thousands of daily transactions, rather than large, conspicuous floods. Power struggles within the larger Cosa Nostra families were usually bloody affairs, but Carlo navigated them with a quiet authority. His consistent, untraceable income stream made him invaluable. When a younger, more volatile capo attempted to muscle into his territory, Carlo didn't send enforcers. Instead, he simply had their new nightclub's prime steak delivery accidentally rerouted to a competitor, and then subtly arranged for the city's health inspectors to pay a sudden, prolonged visit. The message was clear: defy Carlo, and your business would simply starve. This quiet form of economic warfare was often more devastating and far less traceable than a bullet. The unraveling began not with a massive federal investigation, but with a singular, stubborn grocer named Isabella Moretti. Her family-owned Italian deli, a neighborhood institution, had always prided itself on its fresh mozzarella, delivered daily. When 3 consecutive shipments arrived late, causing spoilage and lost revenue, Isabella refused to accept the vague excuses. She saw not incompetence, but a pattern. This small disruption, a minor ripple in Carlo's vast ocean of control, caught the attention of Agent Frank Miller of the FBI's Organized Crime Unit. Miller had spent years fruitlessly trying to penetrate the Moretti family, focusing on their more traditional rackets. Could it be that the answer to his years of frustration lay hidden in the mundane details of daily bread and butter? Miller, a former accountant with a meticulous eye for patterns, noticed the increasing number of supply chain issues reported by small businesses across the city, particularly those that resisted affiliating with certain, newly prominent, union-backed distributors. He began to trace these seemingly disparate complaints, mapping out the common denominators. He didn't just look at the money. He looked at the movement of goods, the subtle choke points in the city's arteries. He found that the same 2 or 3 trucking companies, all with complex, untraceable ownership structures, were consistently involved in both the delayed and expedited deliveries. The final, decisive break came when a disgruntled union official, a man who had seen his pension funds slowly eroded by Carlo's schemes, anonymously provided Miller with a copy of a confidential union schedule. It detailed an intricate, almost absurdly inefficient routing system for food deliveries, designed not for speed or logic, but to create deliberate delays for non-compliant businesses while prioritizing those who paid Carlos fees. The system was a tangible blueprint of his soft coercion, proving a coordinated effort to manipulate the city's essential food supply for illicit gain. On a chilly morning in 1993, Don Carlo Rossi was arrested not at his cafe, but in his elegant, unassuming office, surrounded by flowcharts and logistics maps. The charges were not for murder or drug trafficking, but for racketeering, extortion, and systemic economic sabotage. His empire, built not on violence but on the quiet, insidious control of the city's daily bread, crumbled under the weight of detailed delivery logs and supply chain analyses. The cold chain's grip was finally broken, not by a forceful blow, but by the relentless pursuit of an agent who understood that sometimes the most profound crimes are committed not with a bang, but with a barely perceptible delay. The seemingly benevolent neighborhood credit union, offering surprisingly low-interest loans to struggling small businesses, was seen by many as a godsend in a tight economy. Yet, beneath its comforting facade of community support, every loan granted, every handshake agreement, came with a hidden price. What subtle threads of obligation were spun with each dollar advanced, and what unforeseen consequence ultimately unraveled this carefully constructed web of financial control. Don Luca, the lender Mancini, was not a man of overt threats or violent displays. In the bustling Italian-American enclaves of 1970s Boston, he moved with the quiet dignity of a respected elder, often seen at church functions or local festivals, always ready with a kind word and a helping hand. His true domain, however, was finance. Luca had, over decades, built an empire not through coercion by force, but through coercion by credit. He understood that in a community dependent on trust and interconnectedness, the most effective chains were forged not of iron, but of debt. He believed that true power lay not in what you took, but in what you quietly gave, knowing it would always be repaid with interest. Luca's ascent began during tough economic times when legitimate banks were hesitant to lend to small, family-owned businesses. He stepped into this vacuum, offering loans with remarkably favorable terms, often requiring little collateral beyond a man's word. But embedded in these seemingly generous agreements were unspoken clauses, a quiet understanding that the business owner would, when called upon, offer a favor, perhaps a safe house for an associate, a temporary job for a family member, or a discreet channel for moving illicit funds through their legitimate enterprise. Over time, these favors compounded, creating an unbreakable web of reciprocal obligation and unspoken control. His criminal strategies were brilliant in their simplicity and devastating in their scope. The credit union, a legitimate front, served as the primary engine. Funds from illicit gambling operations and petty racketeering were laundered through the credit union as legitimate deposits, then lent out to deserving or strategically chosen members of the community. The repayments, now clean, generated further legitimate income. Beyond this, the loans themselves became instruments of leverage. A restaurant owner who received a loan to expand might suddenly find themselves obligated to buy all their produce from a particular supplier. A company secretly owned by Luca. A trucking company might find itself volunteering its vehicles for late-night, untraceable deliveries. The interest on these loans was often paid not just in cash, but in loyalty, silence, and indispensable cooperation. Within the intricate hierarchy of organized crime, Luca navigated power struggles with a quiet, unassailable authority. He rarely engaged in direct confrontations. Other families might control drug distribution or protection rackets, but Luca controlled the very financial lifelines of countless small businesses that formed the bedrock of the community. When a rival capo tried to muscle in on his loan sharking territory, Luca wouldn't send enforcers. Instead, he would simply arrange for the rival's key associates to find their lines of credit mysteriously cut off, their legitimate businesses facing sudden, inexplicable bankruptcy. His power was derived from the quiet, pervasive financial dependency he had fostered, making him indispensable even to those who mistrusted his methods. The unraveling began not with a wiretap or an informant, but with a new, quietly ambitious federal auditor named Christine Davies. Christine, a young, tenacious professional with a background in forensic accounting, was assigned to a routine audit of credit unions in distressed economic areas. She wasn't looking for crime. She was looking for financial stability and regulatory compliance. Could it be that the very generosity Luca extended would, when viewed through the cold lens of data, expose his insidious control? Christine's initial audit flagged a peculiar anomaly. While the credit union's loan portfolio was remarkably healthy, with an unusually low default rate, the actual source of its capital seemed inconsistent. There were too many large, irregular cash deposits, often from individuals with no apparent connection to the community, and too many loans granted with remarkably lax collateral requirements, yet almost perfect repayment rates. This was the quiet hum of Luca's illicit financial engine. The crucial break came when Christine, delving deeper, began analyzing the patterns of the loans. She noticed that certain businesses, consistently granted these highly favorable loans, also consistently made large, periodic payments to a small network of seemingly unrelated consulting firms or services providers. These payments were never for explicit interest, but for vague advisory fees or risk management services. When she cross-referenced these firms with public records, she discovered they were all ultimately owned by shell corporations linked to Luca Mancini's extended family. The final, undeniable piece of evidence was a meticulously kept, hidden ledger, anonymously leaked by a disillusioned former employee of the credit union. This ledger detailed not only the actual, hidden interest rates on the loans, but also the specific favors and illicit services each borrower was quietly obligated to provide. On a cold, gray morning in 1988, Don Luca, the lender Mancini, was arrested not for violence or drug trafficking, but for systemic racketeering, extensive loan sharking disguised as legitimate credit, and grand-scale money laundering. His empire, built on the quiet, indispensable act of providing financial aid, crumbled not under the weight of a violent assault, but under the relentless, methodical scrutiny of a meticulous auditor and the irrefutable truth of his own hidden books. The art of the quiet loan was finally exposed, revealing that sometimes the most profound forms of control are woven not with threats, but with the subtle threads of debt and unspoken obligation. He was known in financial circles as an impeccably dressed, reserved man who managed vast sums for anonymous clients, but few suspected the true nature of his most lucrative accounts. What secrets truly lay hidden within the meticulously organized ledgers of Arthur "Art" Thorne, the quiet banker of Midtown, and how long could he maintain such a precarious balance? In the hushed, marble-clad halls of Sterling Trust Bank in the late 1960s, Arthur Thorne was an anomaly. Not because of his impeccable suits or his near-obsessive punctuality, but because of the quiet confidence with which he navigated the intricate world of high finance, always just a step ahead, always anticipating the next market shift. He was a savant with numbers, a man who could spot an anomaly in a balance sheet faster than a seasoned auditor. This rare gift, however, had attracted attention beyond Wall Street's typical circles. It drew the gaze of those who operated in shadows, seeking discreet channels for their less-than-legitimate earnings. Arthur's introduction to the family, as they subtly referred to themselves, hadn't been a dramatic confrontation in a dimly lit alley. Instead, it was a surprisingly polite invitation to a private dining room in a discreet Italian restaurant, extended by a man named Silvio the Silk Rossi, whose gentle demeanor belied a reputation as one of the city's most astute criminal minds. Rossi presented Arthur not with threats, but with an offer of extraordinary compensation for his unique talents. He spoke of complex financial instruments and unconventional investments, never explicitly mentioning the true source of the funds. Arthur, a man of modest background with a quiet ambition for a life of comfort and intellectual challenge, saw not just money, but a puzzle of unparalleled complexity. He accepted, convincing himself he was merely providing a sophisticated service to an unconventional clientele. Over the next decade, Arthur became indispensable. He engineered a labyrinthine network of shell corporations, offshore accounts, and seemingly legitimate businesses that funneled millions in illicit cash through the global financial system, emerging on the other side as clean, untraceable capital. You might wonder how a man like Arthur, who cherished order and precision, could reconcile himself with such a morally ambiguous existence. Perhaps it was the sheer intellectual challenge, the satisfaction of creating something so intricate it seemed impenetrable. He prided himself on his work, treating each transaction as a grand chess game against unseen adversaries. He moved funds like pieces on a board, always 3 steps ahead, ensuring the flow remained smooth, uninterrupted, and, most importantly, invisible. The tension, however, was a constant, low hum beneath the surface of his perfectly ordered life. Every unexpected phone call, every casual glance from a stranger, every faint siren in the distance could be the beginning of the end. Arthur rarely met with the true architects of the family's empire. His interactions were almost exclusively with Rossi, or sometimes with a taciturn courier who delivered large, nondescript cases of cash to his private office, always after hours. The conversations were brief, coded. The harvest was plentiful this season, Rossi might say, signaling a large incoming sum needing immediate processing. Arthur would nod, already calculating the most obscure path for the funds. His downfall began not with a dramatic bust, but with a seemingly insignificant detail uncovered by a young, ambitious IRS agent named Eleanor Vance. Vance, a woman with a relentless eye for anomalies and an almost photographic memory for financial records, was sifting through a stack of old, long-forgotten tax filings from a defunct textile company. She noticed a series of unusual transfers to a holding company, the kind that might be dismissed as a clerical error by a less thorough investigator. But Eleanor dug deeper, pulling at the thread of the innocuous transfer. That holding company led to another, and then another, each one a perfectly legal entity on its own. But together, they formed a pattern that suggested something far more sinister. Eleanor's investigation was a slow, meticulous unraveling, much like Arthur's own work in reverse. She spent months tracing the obscure paper trails, connecting dots that seemed to exist in entirely different universes. She realized that the complex web of transactions wasn't a series of unrelated failures, but a deliberate, sophisticated design. The deeper she delved, the more she became convinced that a single, brilliant mind was behind it all. It wasn't a flashy, violent mob boss she was chasing, but a financial ghost. The break came when she cross-referenced a specific series of wire transfers with the unusual, sporadic presence of a private jet that seemed to make routine, unlogged flights between distant cities and a small, private airfield outside the city. It was a detail only a person obsessed with patterns would notice. The flight logs, when matched with banking records, pointed to Sterling Trust Bank, and specifically to a quiet, respected banker named Arthur Thorne. When the federal agents finally arrived at his office one crisp autumn morning, Arthur wasn't surprised. He simply looked up from his perfectly arranged desk, a faint, almost imperceptible sigh escaping his lips. The chess game, it seemed, had finally reached its endgame. He had built an impenetrable fortress, but he hadn't accounted for the single, unwavering light of a determined mind shining directly through its most subtle cracks. Frank the Fixer Salerno had seen a lifetime of secrets, wrapped in the plush silence of mahogany-paneled offices and whispered under the clinking of ice in dark, crowded social clubs. For nearly 50 years, his loyalty to the Moretti family had been an unyielding bedrock, a bond forged not just in blood, but in a shared history of survival and ambition. He was the quiet strategist, the man who made problems disappear without a trace. His reputation built on discretion and a chillingly effective ability to anticipate every angle. But what happens when the very fabric of that loyalty begins to fray, not from external pressure, but from a quiet, internal rot that questioned everything he believed in, and what would be the breaking point that finally shattered his unwavering commitment? From the smoky backrooms of Prohibition-era speakeasies to the gleaming high-rises of the late 20th century, Frank Salerno had been a constant. He wasn't a man of overt violence, nor did he crave the spotlight. His power lay in his intellect, his almost preternatural ability to connect disparate pieces of information, to leverage a favor here, apply a gentle squeeze there, and subtly redirect potential threats away from the Moretti enterprise. He was Don Salvatore Moretti's consigliere, not just in title, but in spirit, a trusted confidant whose counsel was sought before any major move. Salvatore and Frank had grown up together in the same tenement building, their destinies intertwined from childhood games played on dusty street corners. Their bond felt unbreakable, a testament to an old-world code of honor that valued silence, respect, and absolute devotion above all else. The Moretti family flourished under this quiet guidance. Their empire, rooted in illegal gambling and controlled unions, began to branch into legitimate ventures: construction, waste management, import businesses. Frank was the architect of these expansions, meticulously crafting ownership structures and negotiating deals that masked their illicit origins. He ensured that the money, once earned through shadowy means, flowed seamlessly into respectable channels, cleaning it with a precision that bordered on artistry. You would often find him hunched over blueprints or complex financial statements, far from the boisterous laughter and veiled threats that characterized the family's other operations. He believed in the long game, in building something substantial, something that would endure. But as the decades wore on, a subtle shift began to ripple through the family's ranks. The old ways, the quiet understandings, started to erode. Salvatore, once the pragmatic and traditional Don, faced pressure from younger, more aggressive voices within the family, his own nephew, Carlo, being the most vocal. Carlo advocated for quicker profits, more overt displays of power, and a brutal efficiency that disdained Frank's nuanced approach. He saw Frank's methods as slow, archaic, even weak. Uncle Frank, Carlo would often say, a thinly veiled sneer in his voice, "The world moves faster now. We can't afford to be so delicate." Frank observed this change with a growing sense of disquiet. He saw the shift from strategic leverage to outright intimidation, from subtle coercion to blatant extortion. The lines he had always respected, Invisible yet firm boundaries of how far one could push began to blur. He witnessed schemes that targeted truly vulnerable people, innocent small businesses caught in the crossfire, and acts of casual ruthlessness that grated against his deep-seated, if morally compromised, principles. His quiet disillusionment grew, a slow-burning ember in his soul. He didn't openly defy the family, but his energy for fixing their increasingly unsavory problems waned. He became a ghost within their gatherings, his counsel still sought, but his heart no longer fully invested. Meanwhile, a patient, observant FBI agent named Eleanor Vance had been building a profile of the Moretti family for years. Vance wasn't interested in the violent enforcers. Her focus was on the financial architecture, the quiet men who made the illicit machine run. She noticed Frank Salerno. He was an anomaly, a figure of immense power, yet almost invisible, leaving no direct fingerprints on any overt criminal act. She saw his unique position, his long history, and perhaps a flicker of something in his distant demeanor that suggested a man at odds with his surroundings. She began to watch him not as a target for arrest, but as a potential point of fracture within the impenetrable wall of loyalty. The true breaking point came not with a bang, but with a whimper. The Moretti family, under Carlo's aggressive push, decided to take over a struggling, legitimate bakery that had been a neighborhood staple for generations. The owner, an old friend of Frank's from his youth, refused to sell. Carlo's response was swift and brutal. Not physical violence, but a relentless campaign of soft coercion, sabotaging deliveries, intimidating customers, and manufacturing zoning violations. Frank, who had always protected the vulnerable in his own quiet way, pleaded with Salvatore to intervene, reminding him of their shared past, of the respect they had always cultivated in the community. The bakery eventually succumbed, its owner financially ruined and heartbroken. This act, so casually cruel, extinguished the last flicker of Frank's unwavering devotion. He didn't betray the family in a dramatic exposé, no secret meetings with the FBI. Instead, in the weeks that followed, as the family launched their next significant money laundering operation through a series of offshore accounts, Frank made a series of subtle, almost imperceptible mistakes. He failed to properly secure a vital digital key, overlooked a redundant paper trail that should have been shredded, and forgot to log a specific, critical set of outgoing transfers. Agent Vance, who had been patiently tracking the family's financial flows, noticed the sudden, uncharacteristic sloppiness. She followed these subtle inconsistencies, these phantom errors, like a bloodhound on a scent. The mistakes Frank allowed to happen created vulnerabilities, tiny windows into the family's otherwise impenetrable financial fortress. The federal investigation, once stymied by Frank's brilliance, now found purchase. They didn't have an informant. They had a crack in the foundation, created by a man who had finally decided that the price of his loyalty had become too high. The unraveling was slow, methodical, driven by financial evidence rather than violent busts. Key figures were arrested, not for street crimes, but for intricate financial fraud, their operations dismantled piece by piece. Frank Salerno remained free, his actions untraceable, a silent ghost in the machine who had quietly decided that some things, like the spirit of an old bakery owner, were simply not worth fixing, even for loyalty. The silence he now lived with was heavier than any secret he had ever kept, a testament to the quiet, devastating power of a loyalty finally fractured. In the late 1980s, in a city clinging to its industrial past, a new kind of power began to assert itself within the old Capone family. Carlo Moretti, a young enforcer known more for his sharp intellect than his brute force, initiated a series of shrewd business maneuvers that quietly reshaped the family's dwindling financial fortunes. But did his brilliance ultimately lead to his undoing, or was it the quiet vigilance of the very old guard he sought to surpass? Carlo was different. While others in his generation fetishized the violence and flashy displays of wealth, Carlo saw inefficiency. He observed the declining profits from traditional rackets. Gambling dens raided too often, protection schemes increasingly resisted, and recognized the need for a modern approach. He spoke not of shakedowns, but of market share, not of threats, but of strategic partnerships. His initial rise was propelled by his uncanny ability to identify struggling legitimate businesses, ailing import-export firms, failing real estate ventures, and transform them into conduits for illicit cash, subtly weaving them into a complex tapestry of seemingly legal operations. He laundered money through a network of shell corporations, creating a dizzying financial maze that even seasoned federal agents found difficult to untangle. You could say he was ahead of his time, an MBA in a world of brass knuckles. The family's patriarch, Don Luciano the Serpent Rossi, was a man of another era. Frail, with eyes that held the weight of decades, he rarely spoke, preferring to observe from the periphery of the family's smoky backrooms. Many dismissed him as a relic, a figurehead whose grip on power was weakening. Carlo, with his ambitious plans and growing cadre of loyal, tech-savvy associates, seemed destined to inherit the throne, almost by default. Luciano, however, had earned his nickname through decades of silent, patient observation and a chilling capacity for long-term strategic thinking. He allowed Carlo his innovations, even praised them, watching as the younger man expanded the family's reach into new, legitimate-looking industries, from waste management to boutique distilleries. The dynamic between them was fascinating to observe. Carlo would present his elaborate financial schematics, confident in his undeniable success, while Luciano would simply nod, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips. There were no overt clashes, no raised voices. The tension was subterranean, a quiet hum beneath the veneer of cooperation. Carlo often felt a subtle undercurrent of dismissal from the older members, a feeling that his corporate approach lacked the necessary gravitas of the old ways. He compensated by pushing harder, faster, taking more risks, convinced that undeniable financial success would silence any lingering doubts. As Carlo's influence grew, so did his quiet arrogance. He began making decisions without Luciano's explicit approval, restructuring existing operations, and sidelining older capos he deemed resistant to change. He believed he was dismantling an outdated system, preparing the family for a new century of prosperity. What he failed to grasp was that Luciano's silence wasn't born of ignorance, but of careful consideration, a tactical pause before the decisive move. The Don knew that a tree must be allowed to grow tall before its weaknesses become apparent. The unraveling began, as it often does, with a seemingly minor detail. A mid-level associate responsible for overseeing the payroll of one of Carlo's larger construction companies was caught in an unrelated, small-time gambling sting. Under pressure, he revealed a pattern of phantom employees and inflated invoices, not directly linked to Carlo, but to a system Carlo had implemented to create ghost accounts for siphoning funds. This wasn't a grand betrayal from within Carlo's inner circle, but a vulnerability Luciano had anticipated. He had quietly ensured that the old rules, the ones designed to compartmentalize knowledge and protect the top, were loosened just enough around Carlo's operations, creating a barely visible seam in the young strategist's intricate design. Federal agents, led by a quiet, persistent prosecutor named Helen Vance, began to follow the threads. They weren't looking for Carlo initially. They were tracing the financial movements of the gambling associate. But as they pulled on that thread, the sophisticated network Carlo had woven began to slowly, meticulously expose itself. Helen Vance, much like Pat Chen before her, had a knack for following the money, for seeing the patterns in the numbers. She recognized the elegance of Carlo's schemes, almost admiring his intellectual prowess, even as she worked tirelessly to dismantle it. The final stroke wasn't a sudden arrest on a bustling street, but a carefully orchestrated set of indictments targeting the financial infrastructure Carlo had so painstakingly built. The evidence, gleaned from hundreds of bank statements, property deeds, and corporate filings, pointed overwhelmingly to his direct involvement. Carlo Moretti was apprehended not in a daring raid, but while reviewing quarterly reports in his surprisingly modest office, a scene devoid of drama. He looked up, a flicker of understanding in his eyes as he recognized the name of the prosecutor. It wasn't rage or fear, but a quiet, almost philosophical acceptance. He had played a game of chess, believing he was playing against the city, only to discover, too late, that his true opponent had been sitting across the table all along, silently waiting for the perfect moment to checkmate. The old Don, Luciano, remained untouched, his silent wisdom a stark contrast to Carlo's audacious, but ultimately fatal ambition. In the glittering, neon-soaked nightlife of late 1970s Miami, Silas Vance was not merely a club owner. He was the city's arbiter of cool, a cultural tastemaker whose venues pulsed with the rhythm of power and illicit wealth. But how did the seemingly innocent allure of music and entertainment become the perfect veil for a vast money-laundering operation? And what unexpected shift in the cultural currents eventually exposed the meticulously hidden underbelly of his empire? Silas, the Maestro Vance, was a connoisseur of vibes. He understood that true influence wasn't about intimidation, but about aspiration. His flagship club, the Velvet Note, was a dazzling beacon, a place where disco balls spun dreams and every beat resonated with a promise of escape. From there, he expanded, acquiring more venues, launching a boutique record label, and even investing in talent management agencies. On the surface, Silas was a legitimate success story, a philanthropic patron of the arts, frequently seen at charity galas, always impeccably dressed, with a smile that could disarm a hostile critic. Yet, the pulsating heart of his empire beat to a different rhythm, the quiet, ceaseless hum of laundered money. Silas's genius lay in his ability to perfectly blend the illicit with the legitimate. Crime families, drawn to his sophisticated operation, funneled their cash through his venues. They weren't interested in owning clubs. They wanted the wash. Millions flowed through inflated artist contracts for phantom acts, ghost employees on padded payrolls, over-invoiced sound equipment, and liquor licenses bought at exorbitant prices from shell companies. Profits from protection rackets, narcotics, and illegal gambling were funneled into these seemingly legitimate enterprises, emerging as clean, taxable income. Silas didn't need to threaten. He simply offered a discreet, highly efficient service that made dirty money sparkle. He maintained an image of artistic integrity, ensuring the music was always cutting edge, the ambience impeccable, and the experience unforgettable. This made his venues wildly popular, generating genuine revenue that further obscured the illicit flows. His influence was subtle but pervasive. Local politicians, eager for campaign donations and access to his high-profile guest lists, found themselves subtly swayed. Police chiefs enjoyed complimentary VIP access. Journalists received exclusive scoops or, conversely, found their investigations subtly redirected. Silas understood the value of soft power, of cultivating goodwill and making powerful people feel beholden to him through a web of favors and shared glamorous experiences. His office, a soundproofed sanctuary behind the main stage of the Velvet Note, was a minimalist space where the real business was conducted in hushed tones, the bass from the dance floor a distant, comforting thrum. For years, the system functioned flawlessly. The disco era roared, and the maestro's venues were its temples. But as the 1980s dawned, a subtle shift began. The infectious, rhythmic pulse of disco started to wane, replaced by the raw energy of new wave, the defiant beats of hip-hop, and the rebellious chords of punk rock. Silas, ever the businessman, tried to adapt, booking new bands, redesigning his spaces. But the magic was fading. His clubs, once packed, saw dwindling crowds, and his record label struggled to find the next big hit. This presented a critical problem for the laundering operation. The legitimate revenue streams were drying up, making it harder to absorb the vast sums of illicit cash without raising red flags. The demand for clean money from his silent partners, however, remained constant, even increased. Silas found himself under pressure, needing to push more cash through a less profitable pipeline. This led to desperation, to inflating numbers more aggressively, to less meticulous record-keeping. The first thread of the unraveling was pulled by a quiet, unassuming music critic named Lena Petrova. Lena didn't care about crime. She cared about authenticity. She noticed that while the Velvet Note still commanded high prices for its liquor and entrance fees, its once unrivaled cultural impact seemed to be diminishing. More strikingly, she observed that despite this decline, Silas Vance's financial empire seemed to be expanding, investing in new, seemingly unrelated ventures like luxury condos and obscure art galleries. Her journalistic instincts, honed by years of analyzing industry trends, told her something was amiss. The numbers simply didn't add up for a fading cultural institution. Lena began a quiet, personal investigation, not for a crime expose, but for a story about the changing face of Miami's nightlife. She dug into corporate filings, property records, and obscure tax documents. She tracked the ownership of shell corporations and noticed a recurring pattern of inflated values and unusual cash injections. She didn't find direct evidence of money laundering, but she built a compelling, statistically improbable case that Silas Vance's declared income from entertainment could not possibly sustain his expanding real estate and art portfolios. Her articles, published in an obscure but respected alternative weekly, didn't accuse him of crime, but subtly questioned the logic of his financial success amidst the cultural decline of his core business. These quiet questions, amplified by the increasing financial strain on Silas's operations, finally caught the attention of a meticulous IRS agent, Frank Marino. Marino had been tracking a specific, low-profile organized crime family for years, noting their sudden, inexplicable wealth and their consistent investment in high-end real estate through various anonymous entities. When Lena Petrova's articles pointed to Silas Vance as the common thread, Marino saw the missing piece of his own puzzle. He understood that the nightclubs weren't just a front. They were the engine of the laundering, and their legitimate decline made the illicit activity starkly visible. The investigation was quiet, forensic, focusing purely on financial flows and corporate structures. They didn't raid, they audited. They didn't arrest with fanfare. They presented an irrefutable mountain of financial irregularities. Silas Vance was apprehended in his private office at the Velvet Note, not during a vibrant Saturday night, but on a quiet Tuesday morning, surrounded by framed platinum records and faded photographs of celebrities. He offered no resistance, only a weary sigh as he looked out at the dormant dance floor. His empire, built on illusion and the quiet hum of laundered money, dissolved not with a dramatic crescendo, but with the quiet click of a briefcase being shut and the rustle of official papers, a testament to the fact that even the most captivating performance eventually ends when the true score is finally revealed. The seemingly innocent crates of Sicilian blood oranges, loaded onto cargo ships bound for Europe's bustling ports, carried a sweetness that concealed a far more bitter truth. Each perfectly packed box, meticulously accounted for and shipped under the banner of a revered agricultural cooperative, also contained kilograms of pure heroin, silently making its way from the fields of Asia through clandestine networks to the veins of European cities. Who would imagine that such an ancient, sun-drenched industry could become the sophisticated conduit for a modern, deadly trade. Don Vincenzo Enzo Rizzo, an aging capo who had inherited his position not through brute force but through a quiet, almost scholarly understanding of agricultural markets, presided over this intricate operation from his modest villa nestled amidst rolling orange groves near Palermo. Enzo was a man of the old ways, his influence built on generations of subtle favors, deep-rooted family ties, and an almost paternalistic command over the local populace. Unlike the flashy, violent young Turks of Naples or Rome, Enzo preferred quiet negotiations over public displays of power. His strategy was one of invisibility. Make the illicit so intertwined with the legitimate that it became indistinguishable. He believed that the loudest operations were always the first to fall. His rise had been gradual, a slow ascent through the ranks of an older, more established crime family in the late 1980s. When drug trafficking began to supersede traditional extortion and protection rackets in profitability, many capos turned to violence. Enzo, however, saw opportunity in logistics. He leveraged his family's long-standing connections in the agricultural export business, transforming what was once a simple fruit trade into a sophisticated, global drug pipeline. He invested heavily in legitimate packaging plants, cold storage facilities, and transport companies, creating a veneer of robust legality. His genius lay in camouflage. The drugs were not merely hidden among the oranges, but the entire distribution chain for the oranges became the unassailable cover for the drugs. The operation was a symphony of quiet orchestration. Local farmers, unknowingly or knowingly, would deliver their produce to Enzo's cooperative. There, in a section of the warehouse camouflaged by legitimate activity, the fruit was meticulously sorted and packed. But before the final layer of oranges was placed, discrete compartments within the crates were filled with sealed packages of heroin, often disguised as bags of citrus fertilizer or pest control powders. The ships then sailed across the Mediterranean, their manifests listing only Sicilian produce, cleared by port officials who had long been accustomed to the Calabrese family's extensive, legitimate trade. Power struggles within the Cosa Nostra were a constant, low-level thrum. Enzo's strength lay in his ability to deliver consistent, substantial profits with minimal fuss or bloodshed. While other families bled each other dry in turf wars, Enzo's network flourished. He maintained a delicate balance, sharing enough profits with the other powerful families to ensure their complacency, while retaining the lion's share for his own faction. He was a master of the quiet concession, the strategic retreat that masked a long-term gain. Yet, this very success began to breed a different kind of tension. Younger, more ambitious members of his own family, many of whom had studied economics in Milan and London, chafed under Enzo's traditional, secretive methods, yearning for more overt control and faster expansion. The unraveling began not with a wiretap or an informant, but with a series of seemingly isolated incidents in northern European ports. Customs officials, prompted by an unassuming analyst named Isabella Rossi from Europol, noticed a statistically improbable number of Sicilian orange shipments arriving at particular times, even outside peak seasons, and always routed through specific, less scrutinized, smaller ports. Rossi, a meticulous investigator with a background in supply chain logistics, wasn't looking for drugs directly. She was looking for anomalies in legitimate trade. She saw the ghosts in the data, the subtle patterns that suggested something more than fruit was at play. She began tracking the financial flows of the Orange Cooperative, tracing its investments back to seemingly legitimate businesses in Palermo. What she found was a labyrinth of shell companies, all ultimately leading to a single, legitimate-looking agricultural holding company owned by the Rizzo family. It was a slow, agonizing process like peeling an onion layer by layer. The deeper she went, the more the legitimate facade began to crack, revealing the dark, oily residue beneath. Can you imagine the painstaking effort required to unravel decades of meticulously crafted deception, one invoice at a time? The final blow came not from a massive drug bust, but from a series of synchronized financial freezes and carefully executed search warrants on the cooperative's European distribution partners. Enzo's system, built on the assumption that its legitimate cover was impenetrable, was slowly suffocated as the cash flow ceased. Without the clean money to support the front businesses, the entire edifice began to crumble. The police didn't need to find every package of heroin. They simply needed to cut off the oxygen supply to the entire operation. One crisp morning in 1997, as the sun rose over his beloved orange groves, Don Vincenzo Rizzo was arrested not on a drug charge, but for widespread financial fraud, money laundering, and racketeering. The charges highlighted how the legitimate Orange Cooperative had systematically over-invoiced, underreported, and manipulated markets to create a perfect financial echo chamber for illicit funds. The Orchard's silent harvest was brought to an end not by a bullet or a dramatic chase, but by the quiet, methodical work of an analyst who understood that sometimes the most profound secrets are hidden in plain sight, disguised by the very systems designed to illuminate them. He was the brutal, unyielding hand of justice for the family, a man whose reputation alone quelled dissent and enforced loyalty without a spoken word. But as age crept in and the family's landscape shifted, what becomes of a man whose identity is forged in violence when the violence is no longer needed, and who might finally be coming for the secrets he buried? In the shadowed corners of Boston's North End in the 1960s, Silas the Silent Moretti was a legend whispered in hushed tones, not for his words, which were few and guttural, but for his presence. He was the enforcer, the man who brought swift, uncompromising order to the family's affairs. His preferred method wasn't a show of force, but a quiet, almost imperceptible shift in atmosphere when he entered a room. Dissension vanished, debts were remembered, and loyalty became absolute. Silas rarely needed to raise his voice or even explicitly threaten. A look, a subtle gesture, a prolonged silence was enough to convey the gravity of his purpose. He operated under the formidable Don Santini, whose empire flourished due to Silas's cold, efficient delivery of justice. Silas's domain was the delicate art of persuasion. He ensured the loan sharks collected their due, that protection money was paid on time, and that rival gangs understood the boundaries of their territory. He managed the gambling dens, overseeing the flow of cash and ensuring the house always won, often through subtle, unseen manipulations of the games themselves. His methods for ensuring compliance were always direct and conclusive, but rarely public or theatrical. He preferred a quiet conversation in a private back room, a subtle demonstration of consequences that left no visible marks, only a lasting understanding of the family's reach and resolve. His reputation was a shield, preventing many conflicts before they even began. However, as the 1990s dawned, a new generation began to emerge within the family, more interested in sophisticated financial schemes and less in the traditional, brute force rackets that were Silas's bread and butter. The old ways were becoming liabilities, attracting unwanted attention from federal agencies increasingly focused on dismantling street-level operations and breaking down established hierarchies. Don Santini, recognizing the changing tides and Silas's advancing age, began to subtly sideline him, not with disrespect, but with a quiet, almost gentle pushing towards a well-earned retirement. Silas found himself with less to do, his days filled with aimless walks through the city he once commanded, a city that was rapidly changing around him. The younger capos, with their sleek cars and business degrees, whispered about modernization and diversification. Silas, the man of quiet action, felt increasingly like a relic, a living ghost of a bygone era. He settled into a quiet routine, tending to a small garden, reading newspapers, and watching the world move on. But the underlying tension of his past never truly left him. He had buried too many secrets, quieted too many problems, to ever truly be free. The danger came not from current family affairs, but from the echoes of old business. A seemingly forgotten informant from a drug operation Silas had handled decades ago, a low-level dealer named Eddie the Whisper Flynn, was suddenly found dead, a victim of an apparent accidental overdose. But the timing was suspicious. Eddie had recently been released from prison after serving a long sentence, and rumors had circulated that he was planning to write a memoir, hinting at old scores and unresolved injustices. FBI agent Miller, the same agent who had quietly pursued Marco Santoro, was now leading a cold case unit. She had a peculiar interest in the unresolved ends of older Mafia cases. The death of Eddie Flynn, seemingly insignificant, caught her attention. She knew Eddie had a history with the Santini family and specifically with Silas Moretti. She began to quietly investigate, not for Silas's current activities, but for his past, for the loose ends he might have left behind. Agent Miller's investigation was a slow, meticulous unraveling of historical events. She wasn't looking for new crimes, but for the full truth behind old ones. She dug into forgotten police reports, old wiretap transcripts, and witness statements from decades past, slowly piecing together the events surrounding Eddie Flynn's original arrest and subsequent silence. She discovered that Eddie's testimony, which had sent several mid-level Santini associates to prison, had conveniently omitted any mention of Silas Moretti's direct involvement in the drug operation, even though all indicators pointed to his presence. It was a gaping hole in the historical record, a deliberate blind spot. The crucial piece of evidence emerged from an unexpected source. An elderly, dying former police detective, now suffering from dementia, who, in a moment of lucidity, mentioned a deal made decades ago. He spoke of a quiet meeting where Eddie Flynn had been persuaded to implicate others, but to keep Silas's name out of it. It was a classic Silas maneuver, a quiet threat, a promise of a lighter sentence if he cooperated just so, ensuring the family's true power remained untouched. The detective, burdened by the secret for years, finally let it slip, not in coherent detail, but in fragmented whispers that Agent Miller meticulously pieced together. Agent Miller didn't approach Silas with an accusation of murder. Instead, she arrived at his quiet home, accompanied by a single, unsmiling federal prosecutor. She spoke not of current family affairs, but of the cold case of Eddie Flynn, presenting Silas with the carefully reassembled fragments of his own past. She laid out the pattern of his quiet persuasion, the unspoken threats, the strategic silences that had characterized his enforcement. She showed him how the deal he had orchestrated with Eddie, securing a partial victory for the feds while protecting the family's higher echelons, was now being re-examined under a different light. Silas, the stoic enforcer, listened in silence. His face, etched with age, betrayed nothing. The prosecutor wasn't there to charge him with Eddie Flynn's death, but with obstruction of justice, witness tampering, and conspiracy dating back decades. Crimes that, while old, were now meticulously documented. They had finally found the quiet secrets he had buried, the consequences of a lifetime spent enforcing silence. He was arrested not with a struggle, but with a quiet, almost resigned compliance. His retirement had been a mere illusion, a pause before the past finally caught up. Silas had built his power on silence, on ensuring that no one spoke against the family or against him. But the relentless passage of time and the quiet persistence of a new generation of investigators had finally found the cracks in that silence, revealing the lingering shadows of a lifetime spent in the dark and bringing the weight of his unwritten history crashing down upon him. A sudden, inexplicable surge in a mid-cap pharmaceutical stock, just days before a major drug approval, signaled more than just market optimism. It spoke of a deeper, darker manipulation, a whisper of information flowing through unseen channels straight to the top. Who was pulling the strings behind the market's seemingly impartial fluctuations? And how could such a grand scheme be undone by the very data it aimed to exploit? Don Vincent "Vinny the Vault" Esposito was a phantom of Wall Street in the 1990s. He moved through the exclusive circles of power lunches and private club memberships with the quiet confidence of a man who knew precisely how the world worked, not as it was taught in business schools, but as it truly operated in the shadows. Unlike his contemporaries who derived power from territorial control or violent intimidation, Vinny understood that the true battlefield of the modern age was the global financial market. His weapon was information, his target the vast pools of capital circulating through legitimate institutions. He knew that a quiet word, placed in the right ear, could move millions more effectively than 1,000 threats. Vinny's journey into the labyrinthine world of illicit finance began not with violence, but with an unparalleled aptitude for numbers and a family legacy rooted in quiet influence. He was a gifted economics student from a working-class background, noticed by an aging, traditional crime family for his uncanny ability to predict market shifts. They gave him a chance, and he transformed their crude protection money into sophisticated, untraceable wealth. Vinny wasn't interested in collecting debts from small businesses. He aimed to control the very corporations that dictated those businesses' fates. His strategies were a masterclass in financial alchemy. He employed a network of seemingly legitimate brokers, analysts, and even corporate insiders, none of whom knew the full scope of his operation. His primary method was pervasive insider trading, often based on information obtained through subtle coercion. A high-ranking executive with a secret gambling addiction or a hidden family scandal would find themselves quietly approached, presented with a solution to their immediate problem, with the unspoken understanding that Vinny would soon be calling for a favor, a heads-up on an impending merger, a confidential earnings report, or the quiet details of a new product launch. These privileged insights allowed Vinny's network of front companies to make perfectly timed trades, netting millions before the public even knew what was happening. He also expertly engaged in pump-and-dump schemes, subtly inflating stock prices through manipulated news or small, carefully placed investments, then dumping his shares before the inevitable crash. Power struggles within the Cosa Nostra were always a delicate dance for Vinny. Other families viewed his clean methods with a mixture of skepticism and envy. He rarely engaged in direct confrontations. When a rival family tried to muscle in on a particular stock offering he was orchestrating, Vinny wouldn't send enforcers. Instead, he would quietly manipulate the market to devalue the stock, making it a poison chalice for his competitors, or subtly leak information about their vulnerabilities to the SEC, anonymously, of course. His power was derived from the sheer untraceable volume of wealth he generated, and his uncanny ability to make millions appear and disappear without a trace, leaving no bloody fingerprints, only perfectly executed financial statements. The unraveling began not with an informant, but with a complex algorithm and a brilliant, but socially awkward financial data analyst named Evelyn Finch. Working for a boutique quantitative hedge fund, Evelyn was building a model to identify anomalies in market efficiency, instances where stock prices moved in ways that defied logical economic explanation. She wasn't looking for crime, but for imperfections, trying to find statistical ghosts in the machine. Could it be that the very predictability Vinny sought to exploit would, in the end, betray him? Evelyn's algorithm, initially a side project, began flagging a curious pattern. Certain mid-cap stocks, across seemingly unrelated sectors, exhibited highly improbable upward trends just before major, publicly announced corporate events. It was too frequent, too precise to be random market behavior. Her data, initially dismissed by her more traditional colleagues, showed that these pre-announcement spikes consistently involved a surprisingly diverse, yet ultimately interconnected network of small, obscure investment firms. She started calling them the Whispers, a subtle, precognitive movement in the market that seemed to know tomorrow's news today. The crucial break came when Evelyn, using advanced network analysis tools, mapped the ownership structures of these whisper firms. What she uncovered was a bewildering labyrinth of shell corporations, offshore trusts, and seemingly unrelated individuals, all of which ultimately led back to a single, legitimate-looking holding company with opaque ownership in the Cayman Islands. A tenacious FBI agent specializing in white-collar crime, Agent Arthur Davies, had been fruitlessly pursuing rumors of large-scale insider trading for years. When Evelyn, through a mutual academic contact, presented him with her statistical evidence and the intricate network map, Davies immediately recognized the pattern he'd been chasing. It wasn't about finding who traded, but how they knew to trade. On a surprisingly quiet Tuesday morning in 2000, Don Vincent "Vinny the Vault" Esposito was arrested not during a dramatic raid, but at his desk in his meticulously appointed Park Avenue office. The charges were comprehensive: widespread insider trading, market manipulation, racketeering, and conspiracy to commit financial fraud. His empire, built on the quiet flow of information and the subtle manipulation of markets, collapsed not under the weight of violence, but under the relentless, unforgiving scrutiny of cold, hard data. The market's unseen hand was finally exposed, not by a single secret, but by the undeniable patterns it left in the very numbers it sought to control. The Union Hall, typically a place of boisterous camaraderie and preordained consensus, buzzed with an unfamiliar undercurrent of tension. A routine vote on a new pension fund allocation, usually a unanimous formality, was met with an unprecedented number of abstentions, a rare crack in decades of seamless control. What hidden network of fear and leverage allowed one man to command loyalty from thousands, and what subtle shift in the winds of power finally made it falter? Frankie, the foreman Santini, was not a man built for the spotlight, yet his shadow stretched across every major construction site in the city. From the grimy docks of the waterfront to the gleaming steel skeletons of downtown skyscrapers, nothing was built without Frankie's tacit approval. Since the early 1950s, he had presided over the city's largest construction union, a seemingly benevolent figure who had consistently secured high wages and robust benefits for his members. To the public, he was a labor champion. To those who truly understood the city's underbelly, he was the silent, indispensable cog in the machinery of organized crime. He rarely raised his voice, yet his commands resonated with an unsettling finality. Frankie's ascent was a testament to his unique understanding of human frailty. He didn't rely on intimidation or overt violence. Instead, he built what was known as the Whisper Network, an intricate, pervasive system of information gathering. Every union steward, every site manager, every disgruntled worker eventually found themselves drawn into Frankie's orbit, willingly or unwillingly becoming his eyes and ears. He amassed meticulous dossiers on thousands of union members, their hidden debts, their family squabbles, their minor legal infractions, their secret gambling habits, their unspoken ambitions. He understood that true power lay not in threats, but in vulnerabilities. This information allowed him to ensure union contracts went to mob-affiliated companies, to skim millions off projects through inflated invoices for phantom materials, and to facilitate the quiet movement of stolen goods or illicit materials through supposedly secure construction sites. His coercion was soft, almost imperceptible. The subtle denial of a promotion, the sudden reassignment to an undesirable job, the quiet blacklisting that left a man without work, all without a single word of explanation. His strategies for criminal enterprise were masterpieces of quiet integration. He would negotiate union rates for a new high-rise project, subtly inflating labor costs which were then funneled back to him through dummy corporations set up as consulting firms. Any company that refused to use the union's recommended suppliers would find their work sites plagued by unexplained delays, sudden equipment breakdowns, or inexplicable walkouts. Frankie's most effective tactic was his ability to make problems simply disappear or appear. A troublesome building inspector might suddenly find his past indiscretions exposed, or a rival construction firm might face a crippling series of unforeseen environmental regulations. Within the larger criminal landscape, Frankie navigated the treacherous waters of power struggles with a quiet finesse. He made himself indispensable to various crime families by guaranteeing labor peace and reliable conduits for their schemes, from moving contraband disguised as construction materials to providing ghost jobs for their associates. His influence was a silent currency. When a new, more aggressive capo sought to assert control over the construction racket, Frankie wouldn't resist directly. Instead, he'd subtly leak compromising information about the capo's operations to a rival family, or arrange for their key construction projects to suffer debilitating, inexplicable delays. His greatest strength was his ability to inflict pain without leaving fingerprints. The unraveling began, not with a bang, but with a whisper that grew steadily louder. A persistent federal investigator, Agent Davies, had spent years trying to crack the code of corruption in the city's construction industry. He had informants, but they always hit a wall when it came to Frankie Santini. Everyone feared him too much to speak directly. Davies had focused on financial fraud, but the numbers were always too clean. Could the key to breaking this iron grip lie not in the money, but in the silences? The first significant crack emerged from an unexpected source. A series of anonymous tips regarding a forgotten storage unit used by the union. The tips weren't about money or drugs, but about files, mountains of old personnel files, disciplinary records, and union membership applications. It seemed mundane, almost irrelevant. But Davies, a patient man with an instinct for anomalies, followed the trail. He found not just formal records, but also meticulously organized, handwritten notes and transcripts of conversations, some seemingly innocent, others chillingly incriminating. These were the raw materials of Frankie's whisper network. The crucial break came when a longtime, seemingly loyal union secretary, a woman named Maria, whose son had been denied a promotion after a minor political disagreement with Frankie, finally decided she had had enough. Driven by a quiet sense of injustice, she secretly provided Agent Davies with access to Frankie's hidden personal files. A treasure trove of detailed dossiers on hundreds of union members, complete with their secrets, vulnerabilities, and Frankie's personal notes on how each could be leveraged. It was not a financial ledger, but a human one, detailing a system of control built entirely on blackmail and quiet coercion. On a gray morning in 1995, Frankie Santini was arrested not for a specific act of violence or a massive drug deal, but for systemic racketeering and extortion, based on the widespread manipulation of union members and businesses through his insidious information network. His power, built not on fear of the gun but fear of exposure, crumbled when the very mechanism of his control was laid bare. The Whisper Network, once his greatest asset, became his undoing, proving that sometimes the most impenetrable fortresses fall not to a direct assault, but to the slow, methodical revelation of their silent foundations. A seemingly ordinary urban park bench, designed by the quiet architect Elias Thorne, had a strangely complex substructure, a detail no one would notice unless they were looking for something else entirely. What unseen passages and silent networks did Elias Thorne truly weave into the very fabric of the city? And how long could such hidden blueprints remain undiscovered? In the bustling urban sprawl of 1970s New York, Elias Thorne was an architect of quiet renown. His public structures, schools, libraries, municipal buildings, were praised for their elegant simplicity and functional design. Elias himself was a man of meticulous habits, preferring the precise lines of a blueprint to the unpredictable chaos of human interaction. He spoke softly, dressed modestly, and seemed entirely consumed by the geometry of space. Yet, Beneath this unassuming exterior lay a genius for concealment, a talent that had not gone unnoticed by the city's more shadowy patrons, the Santoro family. His entry into their world was not dramatic. It began with an innocuous request from a seemingly legitimate construction firm with ties to the family, asking Elias to consult on a secure storage facility. The challenge presented was intellectually stimulating. Design a space that was entirely hidden within an existing warehouse, impervious to casual inspection and capable of discreet access. Elias, intrigued by the puzzle, applied his unique skills. He created false walls, intricate ventilation systems that doubled as hidden conduits, and even a sub-basement accessible only through a cleverly disguised freight elevator. He saw it as a grand, silent game of hide-and-seek on an architectural scale. Over the next 2 decades, Elias became indispensable to the Santoro family. He was their silent partner, the unseen hand that designed the physical infrastructure for their illicit empire. His commissions ranged from integrating secure, soundproof chambers into bustling restaurants for discreet meetings, to engineering elaborate underground networks for smuggling goods beneath city blocks, connecting seemingly disparate legitimate businesses. You might walk through a public plaza and never suspect that a complex array of conduits for illicit data or hidden escape routes lay directly beneath your feet, all meticulously planned by Elias. He designed hidden data centers within commercial buildings, ensuring that the family's burgeoning digital records, from sophisticated gambling rings to international money laundering operations, were stored in places that simply did not exist on any official city plan. His designs were perfect, functionally brilliant, and utterly undetectable to the untrained eye. Elias approached each project with a detached professionalism, viewing the family's activities as merely the context for his architectural challenges. He was a master of illusion, making the non-existent seem commonplace and the impossible structurally sound. His designs allowed the Santoro family to conduct their affairs with a quiet discretion that baffled law enforcement for years. They operated from within the very fabric of the city, like ghosts moving through solid walls. Elias took pride in the subtle cleverness of his work, the structural integrity of his secrets. However, the very perfection of Elias's designs began to sow the seeds of his downfall. As the 1990s progressed, a new generation of federal investigators, armed with advanced forensic engineering techniques, began to look beyond financial trails and informants. They started to analyze architectural blueprints, searching for anomalies. Leading this charge was Special Agent Lena Petrova, a former structural engineer who possessed a rare combination of technical expertise and relentless investigative drive. She wasn't looking for explicit criminal activity. She was looking for things that didn't make sense, structural redundancies, or unexplained costs in otherwise ordinary public works projects. Agent Petrova's breakthrough came during a routine audit of a publicly funded civic center designed by Elias Thorne years prior. She noticed a series of inexplicable costs associated with the building's drainage system and a curious, almost excessive, amount of reinforcing steel in seemingly non-load-bearing walls. It was technically sound, even over-engineered, but fiscally illogical for its stated purpose. Elias's over-meticulousness, his desire to make every part of his design robust, even the hidden parts, became his signature. Petrova started cross-referencing all public projects linked to Elias Thorne's firm. She began to see a pattern: subtle deviations from standard engineering practices, disproportionate expenses in odd areas, and the repeated presence of specific, unusual material orders for components that appeared to have no official function. It was like a hidden language woven into the city's very infrastructure, a narrative of deliberate structural secrets. That unassuming park bench, for instance, turned out to have an elaborate, reinforced conduit system running beneath it, far more than any city drainage would require, but perfect for a discrete data line or a hidden cable. The investigation became a quiet, intellectual duel between two brilliant minds. Agent Petrova and her team meticulously mapped out Elias's hidden architectural signatures across dozens of buildings. They used advanced ground-penetrating radar and thermal imaging not to find crime scenes, but to find structural inconsistencies that pointed to concealed spaces. The final piece of the puzzle came not from a snitch or a raid, but from a quiet, almost poetic moment of discovery. Petrova's team, exploring the drainage system of the Civic Center based on Elias's peculiar blueprints, discovered a concealed access panel leading to a large, empty chamber beneath the building. A vault of perfect, soundproofed concrete, complete with an advanced, dedicated power supply, completely absent from official records. It was a space designed for something significant, something secret. When the federal agents finally approached Elias Thorne, he was in his office, poring over blueprints for a new civic library. They didn't burst in. They simply presented him with a series of schematics, overlaid with their own infrared scans and geological surveys, highlighting the hidden spaces, the over-engineered walls, the inexplicable conduits. Elias looked at the diagrams, then at the agents, a flicker of something akin to admiration in his eyes. He had built a fortress of whispers, a network of silent, secret spaces, but his own unwavering commitment to structural perfection had left an undeniable signature, a language that, to the right interpreter, spoke volumes. He was arrested not for the violence he abhorred, but for racketeering, conspiracy, and aiding and abetting an ongoing criminal enterprise. The architect of whispers, a man who had manipulated the very foundations of the city, was brought down not by a loud accusation, but by the quiet, undeniable evidence of his own meticulous, hidden designs. Rain-slicked streets of 1970s Philadelphia, where old-money families and new-wave mobsters vied for control, there was a quiet legend whispered among those in the know: Elias the Eraser Thorne. He was never seen in the flashy Italian restaurants or smoky social clubs, yet his touch was felt in the sudden, inexplicable collapses of court cases, the swift, clean disappearances of problematic witnesses, and the uncanny way damning evidence simply ceased to exist. How did this meticulous man, whose craft was the art of making things not be, become the indispensable shadow for the city's criminal elite? And what subtle flaw in his flawless system eventually brought his world of illusions crashing down? Elias Thorne was a paradox. He held no formal position within the city's various criminal enterprises. He was a freelance artisan, a master of bureaucratic alchemy. Dressed in nondescript, often slightly rumpled suits, he moved through municipal buildings, courtrooms, and dusty archives with the quiet confidence of a librarian. He didn't issue threats. He simply identified the pressure points in a system: a judge's obscure procedural preference, a clerk's financial woes, a legal loophole overlooked by busy prosecutors. His methods were always legal, or at least presented as such. A key witness might genuinely forget details after a carefully administered, doctor-prescribed sedative. A crucial document could be misfiled in a labyrinthine government archive. A jury might mysteriously deadlock due to a single, stubbornly uncooperative member. Elias's genius lay in orchestrating these outcomes with precision, leaving no traceable fingerprints of malice, only the quiet, frustrating fact that justice had, once again, slipped through the cracks. His clientele ranged from the old South Philly families to ambitious drug kingpins seeking to sanitize their operations. They paid him handsomely, not for violence, but for the profound peace of mind that came from knowing a problem, no matter how intractable, could simply cease to exist. Elias operated from a sparse, almost ascetic office above a forgotten bookstore. His only tools a rotary phone, an old typewriter, and an extensive, meticulously cross-referenced card catalog of connections, vulnerabilities, and obscure regulations. He was a silent partner, a ghost in the machine, ensuring that the wheels of justice spun in the wrong direction without ever touching them directly. He cultivated a network of seemingly innocent contacts, retired civil servants, overworked paralegals, struggling private investigators, who, for a discreet fee, would perform the small, seemingly innocuous tasks that, when combined, created a perfect illusion of natural events. The Barzini family, the reigning power in the city, relied on Elias more than any other. Don Carlo Barzini, a man of quiet authority, understood that Elias offered something more valuable than brute force: deniability and a clean slate. When a police informant threatened to expose a vast gambling ring, Elias didn't send enforcers. He engineered a situation where the informant's own, very minor, past indiscretions were quietly leaked, leading to their discrediting and removal from the witness list by the very authorities they sought to assist. The problems just vanished, like smoke in the wind. But even perfection carries a subtle flaw. Over years, the very absence of problems in cases connected to Elias's clients began to create a pattern, a quiet statistical anomaly. This was first noticed by a young, obsessive assistant district attorney named Isabella Izzy Moretti. Izzy wasn't looking for a grand conspiracy. She was studying cold cases, trying to understand why some seemingly open and shut prosecutions had inexplicably failed. She began to see a trend. In every Barzini-related case that inexplicably fizzled out, there was always a common thread: a procedural oddity, a suddenly uncooperative witness, a missing piece of evidence that, while isolated, became statistically improbable when viewed collectively. It was the pattern of non-events that intrigued her, the negative space in the legal landscape. Izzy didn't look for violence. She looked for quiet influence. She spent months painstakingly cross-referencing court dockets, police reports, and even obscure municipal ordinances. She built a digital timeline of these anomalies, recognizing Elias's signature not in what he did, but in what he prevented from happening. She noticed that certain judges had surprisingly high rates of hung juries in specific types of cases, or that particular evidence lockers seemed prone to errors when certain names appeared on police reports. She began to connect these seemingly random instances, drawing a map of the subtle, invisible hand guiding the outcomes. The final piece of the puzzle came from an unexpected place. A retired court clerk who, suffering from early-stage dementia, began to ramble about the quiet man who paid him small sums for extra help with filing. The details were vague, but Izzy, following the thread of Elias's modus operandi, recognized the pattern. She secured a quiet, carefully planned sting, not to catch Elias in a violent act, but in the subtle act of influencing a public servant, providing an anonymous tip about a seemingly mundane zoning dispute. Elias Thorne was apprehended not in a dramatic raid, but while quietly reviewing a complex set of property deeds in his austere office. He offered no resistance, no plea. He simply looked up at Izzy, a flicker of something akin to recognition, or perhaps even a strange admiration, in his eyes. His perfectly constructed world of engineered disappearances and legal illusions dissolved not with a crash, but with the quiet click of a camera shutter as an evidentiary photo was taken, a testament to the fact that even the most meticulously crafted absence can, over time, become a profound and undeniable presence. In a dimly lit back office of a bustling New York import-export firm, Elias Thorne, a man whose life revolved around numbers, meticulously balanced ledgers, his pen scratching quietly against thick paper. For decades, he was the silent architect of a vast financial web. Yet no one suspected the true nature of the empire he meticulously maintained. What hidden entries, camouflaged within columns of legitimate transactions, held the key to his family's clandestine power? And how would this carefully constructed facade eventually crumble? Elias Thorne was an enigma, a man who blended seamlessly into the background of Wall Street's quieter corridors. His suits were always charcoal or navy, his glasses perpetually perched on the bridge of his nose, and his voice, when he spoke, was a soft murmur. He wasn't a wise guy in the traditional sense. No flashy suits or intimidating presence. Instead, Elias was the ghost in the machine, the quiet engine room of the Marino family's vast criminal enterprise. His domain was not the grimy back alleys or the loud, boisterous social clubs, but the crisp, clean pages of his ledgers, where millions of illicit dollars were transmuted into legitimate streams of income. His specialty was the art of financial invisibility. Through shell corporations scattered from Panama to the Cayman Islands, and intricate invoicing for non-existent goods, Elias ensured that the Marino family's racketeering, illegal gambling, and protection schemes generated revenue that appeared perfectly clean. He created layers upon layers, a financial labyrinth so complex that even experienced auditors often got lost in its twists and turns. "You see," he once explained, his voice barely above a whisper, to a junior associate he was reluctantly training, "the trick isn't to hide the money. The trick is to make it look like it was never hidden at all." The Marino family, led by the shrewd and equally understated Don Marco Marino, trusted Elias implicitly. Marco understood that brute force could control streets, but it was Elias's financial wizardry that truly built their wealth and insulated them from federal scrutiny. Their relationship was built on a mutual respect for quiet competence, a silent understanding that their intertwined destinies depended on Elias's precision. For years, this delicate dance between overt criminality and covert financial manipulation worked flawlessly. The family grew richer, their influence seeped into legitimate businesses, and Elias Thorne remained the unassuming, indispensable man behind the curtain. But even the most perfectly balanced ledger contains a single, inevitable truth. Every transaction leaves a trace. The first tremor in Elias's meticulously constructed world wasn't a sudden raid or a dramatic arrest. It began with an almost imperceptible shift in the economic landscape, a new government regulation on international shipping that, while seemingly minor, created a ripple effect. Elias, ever the perfectionist, noticed a slight misalignment in the quarterly returns of one of their front companies, a discrepancy so small it would have been dismissed by anyone else. It was a phantom echo, a whisper of a problem. Simultaneously, a tenacious IRS agent named Sarah Chun, known for her relentless pursuit of financial anomalies rather than violent criminals, began to build a case against a mid-level Marino associate for tax evasion. Chun wasn't interested in the muscle. She was interested in the money. Her investigation, slow and methodical, was like a rising tide. She wasn't looking for guns or drugs. She was sifting through piles of documents, searching for the telltale signs of inflated invoices, circular transactions, and the ghost companies Elias had so expertly crafted. One afternoon, as Elias reviewed a balance sheet, he found himself staring at a sum that didn't quite add up, an amount linked to a shipping manifest from a company he hadn't used in months. His heart, usually a steady drumbeat, fluttered. It was a single, misplaced digit, a simple error. But Elias Thorne didn't make errors. The unsettling realization slowly dawned. Someone else had access to his system. Someone was making unauthorized entries. The carefully guarded secrecy of his methods, once impenetrable, was compromised from within. He began to conduct his own quiet investigation, a silent cat-and-mouse game within the very network he had built. It wasn't about loyalty. It was about the integrity of his work, the preservation of the system. He discovered that a trusted confidant of Don Marino, a man named Roberto "Bobby" Gallo, had been skimming from the top, not out of greed, but out of a desperate need to cover his own gambling debts. Bobby, panicked, had unknowingly left digital breadcrumbs, tiny imperfections in the financial illusion that Elias had perfected. These imperfections, though small, were precisely what Agent Chen's algorithms were designed to detect. The final act of unraveling wasn't a dramatic confrontation. It was a series of quiet dominoes falling. Agent Chun, following the digital trail left by Bobby's desperate tampering, eventually connected the dots from the seemingly innocuous shipping company to the vast network of shell corporations. She didn't have a grand informer. She had Elias Thorne's own meticulousness turned against him, as the very errors Bobby made highlighted the otherwise perfect system. When the federal agents finally arrived at the import-export firm, they didn't burst in with sirens and drawn guns. They came quietly in unmarked cars, presenting a warrant to Elias Thorne himself, requesting access to his archived ledgers. You could almost hear a pin drop in the usually bustling office. Elias, still in his charcoal suit, simply nodded. He knew the game was up. The meticulous accountant, who had built an empire of lies with the precision of a master craftsman, was undone not by violence or a grand betrayal, but by a few careless keystrokes, a quiet internal breach, and the relentless, patient pursuit of a federal agent who saw numbers not as abstract figures, but as stories waiting to be told. In the end, it was the integrity of the ledger, or rather its carefully constructed deception, that both built and ultimately destroyed Elias Thorne's world, leaving behind a silence far louder than any shout. Marco the Quill Santoro was the whisper in the ear of the most powerful man in the city, the unseen hand guiding the family's legal and strategic affairs for decades. But as the shadows deepened and the federal gaze intensified, could even his legendary loyalty withstand the pressure? Or would the weight of their secrets finally break his silent vow? In the early 1970s, amidst the gritty grandeur of New York City, Marco Santoro occupied a unique, almost ethereal position within the city's most formidable crime syndicate. He was not a bruiser, nor a charismatic leader of men. Instead, he was the mind, the strategist, the quiet voice of reason in a world often consumed by impulsive aggression. His office, a meticulously organized space in a discreet downtown building, was less a place of illicit dealings and more akin to a barrister's chamber, filled with leather-bound books, intricate legal texts, and the faint scent of pipe tobacco. Marco, with his silvering temples and calm, analytical gaze, was the consigliere, the trusted advisor to Don Carlo Moretti, a man whose word was law in a vast criminal empire. Marco's role was complex, delicate. He mediated disputes between hot-headed capos, drafted contracts that, on paper, appeared entirely legitimate, and found obscure loopholes in statutes that baffled seasoned prosecutors. His greatest triumph, whispered among the family's inner circle, was his masterful orchestration of a vast urban renewal project that, while seemingly benefiting the city, siphoned millions through shell companies controlled by the family, laundered through construction firms and material suppliers. You might have seen the gleaming new apartment towers rise, never suspecting the hidden currents of illicit wealth that built them. Marco ensured the paper trail was pristine, the legal maneuverings airtight. It was an intellectual exercise, a grand design, and Marco approached it with the detached precision of a master architect. The bond between Marco and Don Carlo was one forged not just in shared enterprise, but in decades of mutual respect. Don Carlo valued Marco's intellect, his calm under pressure, and his unwavering discretion. Marco, in turn, saw Don Carlo as a force of nature, a man who, despite his ruthless profession, possessed a certain old-world honor and a deep, if twisted, sense of loyalty to his own. Their conversations were often brief, punctuated by long silences, yet each understood the other with an unspoken clarity. It was a partnership of immense power, built on the shifting sands of trust and fear. However, as the 1980s dawned, a new kind of pressure began to build. Federal law enforcement, armed with new RICO statutes and a renewed mandate, started tightening the noose around organized crime. The younger generation within the family, eager for quicker profits and impatient with Don Carlo's more traditional, cautious approach, began to chafe. This internal friction, more than any external threat, was what truly troubled Marco. He saw the cracks forming, the subtle erosion of the discipline that had always been their strength. The true test of Marco's unique position came with the Dockside Initiative. Don Carlo, influenced by a particularly aggressive capo, decided to make a dramatic move to monopolize the entire city's shipping and longshoremen unions. Marco advised against it vehemently. He saw the recklessness, the blatant exposure this would bring. Carlo, he had cautioned in a rare moment of direct confrontation, his voice a low hum. The quieter the ripple, the deeper the current. This will be a tidal wave. But Don Carlo, feeling the pressure from within and without, overruled him. He was a lion, aging perhaps, but still roaring, unwilling to be seen as cautious. The Dockside Initiative was a spectacular failure. It drew unprecedented federal attention, leading to wiretaps, informants, and an immediate grand jury investigation. Don Carlo, for the first time in his reign, was exposed. The feds, though struggling to connect the dots to Don Carlo directly, had amassed a mountain of evidence that, if properly leveraged, would devastate the family. They just needed the final, critical link. Marco found himself at a precipice. He knew the evidence that could tie Don Carlo directly to the Dockside Initiative existed, tucked away in a series of obscure ledgers and recorded conversations. He also knew that if he did nothing, the entire family, including many innocent relatives, would suffer the consequences. And then there was his own future. Could he survive the inevitable fallout if he went down with a sinking ship? His decision was not an act of overt betrayal, not a direct call to the authorities. Instead, it was a subtle, almost imperceptible shift in the flow of information. He knew the federal agent leading the case, a diligent woman named Agent Miller, was intelligent and relentless. Marco simply stopped obstructing one specific, tiny path of inquiry. He allowed a piece of misplaced documentation to resurface in a forgotten file, or perhaps he subtly steered a family associate, already under pressure, towards a specific, highly incriminating detail during their coerced cooperation. It was a slight nudge, a barely perceptible shift in the carefully constructed web of obfuscation he had spent decades weaving. The result was swift and devastating. Agent Miller, following the almost invisible breadcrumbs Marco had allowed to appear, finally found the direct link to Don Carlo. The indictment landed with the force of a thunderclap. Don Carlo Moretti was arrested, his empire fractured, his power shattered. Marco, still meticulously dressed, still calm, watched the news reports from his office, a single unreadable expression on his face. The family reeled, but surprisingly, many of its surviving members, even those who mourned Don Carlo, quietly acknowledged that Marco's actions, however ambiguous, had perhaps prevented a total collapse. He remained free, a silent sentinel, his legacy now inextricably linked to the empire's undoing. Was it the final, pragmatic counsel, or a quiet, calculated act of self-preservation? The question hung in the air, a testament to the complex, shifting loyalties of a world lived in shadow. A sprawling industrial city in the American Midwest of the 1990s, a monumental project to revitalize the waterfront, promising thousands of jobs and a gleaming new skyline, became an economic black hole, bleeding billions of dollars in years of delays from public funds. How did Leo Giancarlo, the revered head of the city's most powerful construction and transportation unions, orchestrate such a monumental drain on public resources while maintaining an iron grip on the city's blue-collar workforce? And what quiet act of defiance finally exposed his meticulously built empire of influence? Leo Giancarlo was no traditional mob boss with a penchant for flashy suits and backroom beatings. Instead, He was a pillar of the community, a man whose public persona was meticulously crafted around the image of a tireless advocate for the working man. His speeches at union halls were legendary, filled with populist rhetoric and promises of good wages and secure futures. Yet, beneath this veneer of benevolent leadership lay a sophisticated, almost invisible network of control. Leo understood that the true power in a city wasn't in controlling illegal gambling, but in controlling the very arteries of its commerce. The flow of labor, the allocation of contracts, and the quiet approval of every major construction project. His office, located in a modest building downtown, was more a political campaign headquarters than a criminal lair. There were no armed guards, only a steady stream of local politicians, city planners, and even rival developers, all seeking an audience. Leo didn't issue threats, he simply controlled access. If a developer wanted a project to proceed smoothly, free from crippling strikes or unexpected delays, they quietly understood that certain subcontractors, often shell companies owned by Leo's silent partners, would need to be utilized. If a politician wanted union support for their election campaign, they knew Leo could deliver the votes, provided certain city contracts found their way to favored entities, inflating costs through phantom workers and over-invoiced materials. His method was a soft coercion, a gentle but firm grip on the city's economic throat. Leo's greatest asset was the unwavering loyalty of his union members. He ensured jobs, steady work, and seemingly good wages, even if a portion of their earned money subtly vanished into the complex web of inflated project costs and union dues. He kept them insulated from the rougher edges of the city's underworld, preferring the quiet hum of construction sites to the loud, attention-grabbing violence of street crime. You could say he was a master conductor, leading an orchestra of labor and capital, all playing to his silent score. For nearly 2 decades, Leo's system was virtually unassailable. Law enforcement, accustomed to chasing obvious racketeers, struggled to find a crime in the labyrinth of legitimate contracts, collective bargaining agreements, and campaign donations. Every transaction on paper appeared above board, albeit inefficiently managed. Any complaints from disgruntled contractors or city officials were quietly stifled, often through the subtle leverage of a politician's hidden indiscretion or a business owner's quiet tax irregularities, meticulously cataloged in Leo's private, unwritten archives. He ensured everyone got just enough to keep quiet, a delicate balancing act of appeasement and control. The unraveling began not with a grand exposé, but with a series of small, nagging frustrations from within the system Leo had built. Marcus Thorne, a diligent, slightly cynical state auditor, had been quietly tracking discrepancies in public works spending for years. He wasn't looking for corruption, but for inefficiencies. Yet, the patterns of cost overruns, the identical bids from multiple competing subcontractors, and the remarkable consistency of the union's support for specific, often controversial projects began to paint a picture that hinted at something deeper than mere inefficiency. Marcus had a keen eye for patterns, for the anomalies that hinted at unseen forces at play. The final, unexpected fracture came from Leo's own inner circle. A longtime union accountant, Evelyn Reed, a woman of quiet integrity who had grown increasingly uncomfortable with the subtle manipulations of the pension fund and the blatant use of ghost employees on city payrolls, began to quietly compile her own ledger. She wasn't seeking revenge or notoriety. She simply couldn't reconcile her conscience with the elaborate deception. Evelyn started by anonymously submitting small, seemingly innocuous tips to Marcus Thorne's office, directing him to specific contract numbers and payroll periods. These weren't bombshells, but tiny pieces of a larger puzzle, each hinting at a deeper financial irregularity. Marcus, now fully convinced that there was an unseen hand at work, used Evelyn's anonymous clues to secure a warrant for a comprehensive audit of the union's financials and several associated construction firms. This was not a police raid, but a methodical, paper-driven investigation. The auditors peeled back layers of shell corporations, offshore accounts, and carefully disguised transactions. It was a slow, deliberate process, like dismantling a complex machine brick by brick. Leo Giancarlo was apprehended not in a dramatic standoff, but while delivering a routine speech at a union picnic mid-sentence, surrounded by the very men he claimed to champion. He showed no surprise, only a flicker of a knowing look as federal agents quietly escorted him away. His empire, built on silent control and the quiet manipulation of public trust, dissolved not with the roar of violence, but with the quiet rustle of investigative reports and the turning of ledger pages, a testament to the fact that even the most deeply embedded influence eventually buckles under the weight of accumulated truths. The demo tape, a raw, heartfelt collection of folk songs, had been rejected by every major label in Los Angeles. Yet, after a single, hushed meeting with a seemingly benevolent music executive known for his philanthropy, the same tape mysteriously became a nationwide sensation, dominating airwaves and selling millions. But what hidden price did such sudden success demand? And who secretly owned every note, every lyric, every performance? Salvatore Sal Moretti, known quietly in certain circles as the Maestro, was a figure unlike the typical crime boss. In the opulent, sun-drenched offices of Los Angeles' music industry in the late 1980s, Sal moved with the measured calm of a classical conductor. He wore impeccably tailored suits, his silver hair always neatly combed, and his gaze, though gentle, missed nothing. He wasn't a musician, but he loved the idea of music, the power it held over hearts and minds. His true genius, however, lay in understanding its economic rhythm. While others fought over gambling dens and drug routes, Sal quietly orchestrated a different kind of empire, one built on songs and the fortunes they generated. He saw that the greatest control wasn't exerted through violence, but through the invisible hands that guided fame. Sal's ascent had been a slow, insidious creep. He began by acquiring small, struggling talent agencies and boutique record labels, always under the guise of saving them. He then leveraged these footholds to gain influence over key concert venues and eventually the very radio stations that dictated a song's fate. His methods were never overt. He wouldn't send muscle. Instead, a club owner might find their liquor license inexplicably delayed, or a radio station manager might experience a sudden, crippling technical issue right before a major advertising push. Conversely, those who cooperated found their careers inexplicably flourishing. This quiet, pervasive coercion allowed him to build an unassailable network, turning the dreams of aspiring artists into an endless stream of illicit revenue. His criminal strategies were masterpieces of financial obfuscation, hidden beneath layers of artistic legitimacy. He'd offer seemingly generous contracts to desperate artists, burying clauses deep within legal jargon that granted his affiliated publishing houses exorbitant cuts of future royalties, intellectual property rights, and even control over their touring schedules. Radio payola was a refined art form. Payments to programmers were disguised as promotional fees or consulting services for independent contractors, ensuring specific songs received heavy airplay and became hits, regardless of merit. He owned key distribution networks, making it virtually impossible for artists to reach audiences without his approval. Money laundering was conducted through inflated production costs for recordings, the salaries of ghost musicians who never played a note, and the systematic siphoning of legitimate royalty payments into offshore accounts, disguised as licensing fees for obscure, rarely played back catalogs that his front companies managed. Within the broader landscape of organized crime, Sal often operated in a detached, almost academic manner. He rarely engaged in direct power struggles, preferring to let his financial influence do the talking. When a rival family attempted to muscle into the lucrative concert promotion business, Sal wouldn't resort to violence. Instead, he would simply arrange for key venues to become unavailable for their artists, or quietly ensure that radio stations refused to play their songs, effectively crippling their ability to generate revenue. His strength lay in making rivals economically irrelevant, proving that sometimes the most devastating blows were silent. Could such a finely tuned instrument of control eventually play a dissonant note, revealing its true nature? The unraveling began not with a federal agent, but with a relentless, quiet analyst named Sarah Chun. Working for a global music rights organization tasked with distributing royalties, Sarah was tasked with auditing the burgeoning digital music landscape of the early 2000s. As music began to shift from physical CDs to online downloads and streaming, the flow of money changed, becoming a complex, interconnected web of microtransactions. Sarah, a meticulous individual with an uncanny ability to spot numerical anomalies, noticed something peculiar. While digital sales for legitimate artists were booming, a shockingly high percentage of royalties, particularly from obscure, public domain-sounding music, was flowing to a handful of small, seemingly legitimate publishing houses. These companies, on paper, managed rights for thousands of artists, but many of them were either deceased, unknown, or their works were being systematically undervalued while the ghost catalogs earned disproportionately. Sarah's deep dive revealed an intricate web of interlinked companies, all ultimately pointing back to a legitimate, well-respected music conglomerate owned by Sal Moretti. The data, initially dismissed by her colleagues as market noise, screamed fraud to her. It wasn't about missing money. It was about money being systematically siphoned through legitimate channels. She saw a pattern of phantom artists generating millions in royalties, while real artists struggled to make ends meet, all due to hidden licensing agreements and intricate financial diversions. She presented her findings to a reluctant but eventually convinced FBI white-collar crime unit, focusing not on violence, but on the chillingly precise financial manipulation. On a warm afternoon in 2004, Don Salvatore the Maestro Moretti was arrested not in a dramatic club raid, but in his elegant, soundproofed recording studio. The charges were comprehensive: massive intellectual property fraud, systemic copyright infringement, racketeering through royalty manipulation, and complex money laundering. His empire, built on controlling the physical distribution and airwaves of music, had found itself outmaneuvered by the very digital revolution it tried to exploit. The vast paper trail of his financial manipulations, once hidden by the complexity of the music industry, became undeniably clear in the cold, hard light of data analysis. The maestro of melodies found his symphony of deception brought to a jarring halt, not by a bullet, but by the quiet, unyielding rhythm of irrefutable numbers. The faint, almost imperceptible crackle on Judge Miller's secure landline, dismissed initially as an old circuit, was the first microscopic flaw in a network designed to be perfectly silent. How could such an omnipresent web of surveillance, capable of capturing the most private conversations, inadvertently leave such a subtle yet ultimately damning signature? Marco the Whisper Ricci wasn't interested in turf wars or street corners. His domain was the invisible airwaves, the silent currents of data that flowed through a city. In 1980s New York, while other men carved out territories with brute force, Marco, a withdrawn genius with a fascination for electronics, built an empire of information for the Bellafiore family. He had been a promising engineering student until a youthful indiscretion and a mountain of family debt left him vulnerable, drawing him into the orbit of Don Emilio Bellafiore, who recognized Marco's singular talent for making things disappear, not bodies, but secrets. Marco's rise was swift and silent. He transformed the Bellafiore family from a street-level operation into an information powerhouse. His lab, hidden behind the unassuming facade of an electronics repair shop in a bustling Queens neighborhood, was a trove of cutting-edge surveillance technology. He pioneered techniques for covert wiretapping, developing miniature listening devices that could be embedded almost anywhere, from rotary phones to the frames of executive portraits. He understood that if you controlled the flow of information, you controlled everything. His strategies were insidious in their elegance. He didn't need to threaten. He simply listened. Politicians found their past indiscretions whispered into the right ears. Business rivals discovered their strategic plans inexplicably leaked to competitors. Judges found their private lives subtly hinted at, their impartiality quietly compromised. This quiet blackmail was far more effective than violence, creating a pervasive atmosphere of fear and compliance without a single punch thrown. The money flowed through ostensibly legitimate tech consulting firms, paid for security audits and communication infrastructure upgrades that were, in reality, funding Marco's vast eavesdropping operation. Every sensitive phone call, every confidential meeting, every whispered secret became a potential point of leverage, turning the city's elite into unwitting puppets of the Bellafiore family. Within the Bellafiore hierarchy, Marco was an enigma. He rarely attended meetings, preferring to work in his secluded lab, yet his influence was immense. When internal disputes arose, it was often Marco's meticulously gathered intelligence that tipped the scales, revealing a rival's hidden weakness or a betrayal no one suspected. He was the quiet oracle, his predictions always uncannily accurate because they were based on facts no one else possessed. This made him invaluable but also feared. Some of the older, more traditional capos distrusted his reliance on technology, seeing it as too impersonal, too modern. Yet, even they dared not cross him, knowing he likely held a secret that could destroy them. Could it be that the very secrets he collected would eventually lead to his own exposure? The unraveling began not with a targeted investigation, but with a new generation of federal agents. Agent Sarah Chun, a former cybersecurity analyst for the NSA, was assigned to a cold case involving leaked classified information, seemingly unrelated to organized crime. During her deep dive into network traffic anomalies, she kept encountering a strange, recurring digital signature, a faint, almost imperceptible packet echo, like a ghost in the machine, originating from seemingly disparate public and private networks across the city. It was the digital equivalent of Judge Miller's crackle, a minute signature left by Marco's sophisticated but ultimately imperfect tapping systems. Chun wasn't looking for the Mafia. She was looking for a pattern, a digital fingerprint. She built a sophisticated algorithm to trace these echoes, meticulously mapping their origin points. What emerged was a startling web of connections, linking politicians, rival businesses, and even high-profile law enforcement figures, all entities that had inexplicably fallen under the subtle sway of the Bellafiore family. The pattern was too precise, too pervasive to be random. The crucial break came when Chen, having narrowed down the geographical source of the echo, deployed a new, highly sensitive spectrum analyzer. It detected a consistent, low-frequency signal emanating from a discrete antenna array hidden within the facade of an old electronics repair shop. It wasn't a smoking gun, but it was the quiet hum of an entire operation. A quiet, unobtrusive surveillance team was established, simply observing the comings and goings, charting the quiet life of Marco Ricci. On a crisp autumn morning in 1996, the raid was swift and silent. There was no dramatic shootout, no desperate flight. Marco was found calmly working in his lab, surrounded by his intricate equipment, monitors displaying encrypted data streams. He offered no resistance. The charges were comprehensive: racketeering, illegal wiretapping, conspiracy, and privacy violations on an unprecedented scale. His entire network, built on the premise of invisibility, was meticulously documented by his own devices and the subtle digital trails they left behind. The invisible listener, who had once held the city's secrets in his hand, found himself caught in the very web of information he had so carefully spun. His quiet reign ended not with a bang, but with the chilling silence of his own exposed secrets. In the labyrinthine streets of 1960s New York, amidst the clatter of typewriters and the murmur of financial district dealings, a seemingly innocuous accounting firm on Exchange Place became the quiet heart of a criminal empire. How did the meticulously ordered ledgers of Sterling and Associates become the blueprint for one of the most sophisticated racketeering operations the city had ever seen? The man behind Sterling and Associates was Arthur Sterling, a figure so unremarkable in appearance that he seemed to vanish into the cityscape. He wore impeccably tailored but muted suits, spoke in a measured baritone, and his only discernible vice was a penchant for obscure classical music. Yet Arthur was no mere accountant. He was the architect, the quiet strategist who understood that true power lay not in overt displays of force, but in the intricate dance of numbers and the silent leverage of debt. He saw the traditional, violent methods of the established families as archaic, inefficient, and, most critically, too loud. His vision was a silent, self-sustaining organism, one that could funnel illicit gains through a dozen legitimate businesses, cleanse them through international transfers, and reinvest them into an ever-expanding portfolio of laundromats, garment factories, and even legitimate construction companies. Arthur's genius lay in his meticulous planning. He didn't demand protection money. He offered investment opportunities. He didn't threaten. He highlighted the myriad benefits of partnership, subtly weaving in the potential disadvantages of non-cooperation with a soft, almost sympathetic tone. For instance, a struggling restaurant owner might receive an offer of a low-interest loan from a Sterling-affiliated credit union, contingent on using a Sterling-owned linen service or food supplier. The terms seemed too good to refuse, slowly drawing the business into a web of dependence, where profits were siphoned off through inflated invoices and phantom services. This quiet coercion was Arthur's signature, a gentle tightening of the financial noose that left his victims feeling obligated rather than terrorized. His methods were largely invisible to law enforcement for years. Detectives, accustomed to tracing blood trails and obvious extortions, struggled to connect the dots of seemingly legitimate business transactions. Arthur, for his part, maintained a life of almost monastic discipline. His office was Spartan, his home understated, and his social life non-existent beyond carefully curated charitable events designed to bolster his public image as a philanthropic financial wizard. His consigliere was not a hulking enforcer, but a retired, sharp-witted tax attorney named Eleanor Vance, whose keen legal mind could find loopholes in any regulation and whose loyalty to Arthur was absolute, forged not by fear, but by a shared intellectual appreciation for the art of the subtle game. The unraveling began not with a sudden raid, but with a seemingly insignificant detail unearthed by a tenacious IRS agent named Patricia Pat Chin. Pat wasn't looking for mafiosi. She was tracking unusual patterns in commercial laundry services across multiple states, an anomaly that hinted at sophisticated tax evasion. What started as a simple audit of a small chain of laundromats in Queens soon spiraled into a decade-long quiet obsession. Pat noticed that these laundromats consistently reported razor-thin profit margins despite high volumes, and their expenses included exorbitant fees to a shell company in the Cayman Islands, managed by Sterling and Associates. It was like tracing a single thread in a vast, tangled tapestry. Pat worked quietly, methodically, building her case file piece by painstaking piece, connecting the dots between seemingly unrelated businesses. A wholesale bakery, a struggling trucking company, a real estate development. Each entity, when examined closely, revealed a hidden tributary leading back to Sterling and Associates. She developed an almost intuitive understanding of Arthur's methods, appreciating the elegant, almost artistic nature of his financial architecture, even as she sought to dismantle it. It wasn't about violence for Arthur. It was about control, about seeing the entire city as a vast ledger waiting to be balanced in his favor. The final piece of the puzzle came from an unexpected source: Eleanor Vance. Not a betrayal in the dramatic sense, but a quiet, almost melancholic shift in loyalty. Eleanor, facing a severe, undisclosed illness, began to feel the immense weight of their elaborate construct. In her final days, she left behind an encrypted ledger, a digital key hidden within a seemingly innocuous piece of classical sheet music. It wasn't a confession, but a challenge, a final intellectual game. When Pat Chun, guided by an anonymous tip about Eleanor's death and an obscure passion for a rare Chopin nocturne, finally unlocked it, the full, chilling scope of Arthur Sterling's financial empire was laid bare. The subsequent arrests were quiet, almost anticlimactic. Arthur Sterling, apprehended in his office, offered no resistance. He simply adjusted his glasses and asked if he could complete the column he was working on before being escorted away. His empire, built on the unseen flows of money and the quiet leverage of debt, dissolved not with a bang, but with the quiet rustle of paper and the turning of digital pages, a testament to the fact that even the most meticulously constructed shadows eventually yield to the light. He was the undisputed heir, born into the gilded cage of power, groomed to lead a vast criminal enterprise. But when the time came to step into his father's formidable shoes, Michael had to contend not only with rival families, but with the lingering, almost spectral presence of his predecessor's unwritten rules. Could he truly forge his own path, or was he forever bound by the quiet shadow of the old Don's legacy? In the opulent, yet strangely stifling, penthouse suites overlooking the glittering skyline of 1980s Miami, Michael the Prince Giordano was a study in contrasts. He wore bespoke suits with effortless grace, spoke several languages, and held degrees from prestigious universities. On the surface, he was the picture of a successful, modern businessman. Yet, beneath this polished veneer lay the deep, complex legacy of his father, Don Vittorio Giordano, a man who had ruled the city's criminal underworld with an iron fist and a mind like a steel trap. Michael was the anointed successor, the prince, but the crown he was meant to inherit was heavy with unspoken expectations and the weight of a quiet, relentless surveillance by both rival families and increasingly sophisticated federal agencies. Don Vittorio had built an empire on gambling, narcotics, and highly organized extortion rings, but his true genius lay in his ability to maintain peace through fear and respect, and in his almost prescient understanding of who to trust and, more importantly, who not to. He operated with a quiet authority, often using intermediaries and subtle signals rather than overt commands. Michael had spent his youth observing, learning at his father's knee, understanding the intricate dance of power dynamics, the delicate balance between violence and diplomacy. He saw how his father employed quiet coercion, how he used strategically placed whispers to achieve what others might need bloodshed for. However, Michael's vision for the family differed from his father's. He saw the future in legitimate enterprises, in moving away from the street-level rackets that drew so much attention. He wanted to pivot towards international trade, large-scale real estate, and sophisticated money laundering operations that would blend seamlessly into the global economy. This shift required a different kind of skill set, one rooted in finance and global logistics, rather than brute force. He started by discreetly investing in legitimate shipping companies and import businesses, creating a complex web of transactions that allowed drug profits to be folded into seemingly lawful commerce. He used layers of shell corporations in various tax havens, making the money's origin almost impossible to trace. The challenge wasn't just external, it was internal. Many of the old guard, men who had pledged fealty to Don Vittorio, viewed Michael's modern approach with suspicion, even disdain. They understood muscle and fear, not spreadsheets and international banking laws. Chief among these was Silas Moretti, a capo who still believed in the old ways, in violence as the ultimate persuader. Silas was fiercely loyal to the memory of Don Vittorio and saw Michael's quiet innovations as a betrayal of their traditions. This created a subtle but palpable tension, a quiet struggle for the soul of the family, played out not with gunfire, but with veiled comments, strategic delays, and a constant undercurrent of unspoken dissent. Michael tried to assert his authority, making decisive moves to consolidate power and push his new vision. He quietly removed disloyal elements, not through violence, but by cutting off their financial lifelines, isolating them until they withered away. He believed in starving dissent, not openly fighting it. Yet, the ghost of his father's methods lingered. Don Vittorio had maintained control not just through strength, but through a deeply ingrained respect for the unspoken code, for the omerta that bound them. Michael, in his pursuit of efficiency and modernity, sometimes overlooked these more subtle cultural bonds. The unraveling began with a seemingly minor incident in one of Michael's legitimate shipping ventures. A container, supposedly filled with electronics, was intercepted by federal agents in New Orleans, revealing a substantial narcotics shipment. This was a significant blow, but not fatal. The real damage, however, came from the fallout within the family. Silas Moretti, seeing an opportunity, began to sow seeds of doubt. He implied that Michael's modern methods were not just inefficient, but reckless, drawing unwanted attention to operations that had previously been invisible. The federal investigation, spearheaded by a joint task force targeting white-collar crime, had been quietly building for years. They weren't looking for street dealers or low-level enforcers. They were tracking the financial flows, the vast sums of money moving across borders, much of it through Michael's legitimate-looking companies. The intercepted container was simply the first visible thread in a much larger, intricate tapestry. The feds, using advanced financial forensics, began to map Michael's complex network of international corporations, spotting patterns that the old guard would never have understood, nor protected against. They observed how money from drug sales in Latin America was funneled through shell companies in the Caribbean, then invested in legitimate real estate projects in the US, creating an elaborate financial illusion. The crucial turning point came not from a single informant, but from a cumulative erosion of trust. As the pressure mounted, and Michael's carefully constructed financial empire began to show cracks, some of the mid-level associates, fearing the increasing scrutiny and the sheer complexity of Michael's intricate schemes, found the burden too great. They feared the digital trail more than the old family's wrath. They began to cooperate, not out of malice, but out of a desperate desire to simplify their lives. These were not the brutal betrayals of old, but quiet acts of self-preservation, a slow leakage of information that confirmed the investigators' suspicions. Michael, isolated and increasingly distrusted by his father's loyalists, found himself defending his methods rather than leading. The silent disapproval from the old guard was a weight he couldn't shake. When the indictments finally came down, they focused not on violent crimes, but on money laundering, racketeering, and conspiracy, targeting Michael and his financial architects. He was arrested in his penthouse, not with a dramatic raid, but with a quiet knock on the door by agents who were more interested in his ledgers than his weapons. The silence that followed his arrest was deafening. The family, without its clear successor, fractured. The quiet shadow of Don Vittorio's legacy, the unspoken rules of loyalty and the subtle distrust of overt change, had proven to be a more formidable adversary than any external threat. Michael, the modern prince, had built a sophisticated global empire, but he had underestimated the power of the past and the silent, subtle ways in which it could dismantle even the most carefully constructed future. The seemingly benevolent neighborhood credit union, offering surprisingly low-interest loans to struggling small businesses, was seen by many as a godsend in a tight economy. Yet, beneath its comforting facade of community support, every loan granted, every handshake agreement, came with a hidden price. What subtle threads of obligation were spun with each dollar advanced, and what unforeseen consequence ultimately unraveled this carefully constructed web of financial control. Don Luca, the lender Mancini, was not a man of overt threats or violent displays. In the bustling Italian-American enclaves of 1970s Boston, he moved with the quiet dignity of a respected elder, often seen at church functions or local festivals, always ready with a kind word and a helping hand. His true domain, however, was finance. Luca had, over decades, built an empire not through coercion by force, but through coercion by credit. He understood that in a community dependent on trust and interconnectedness, the most effective chains were forged not of iron, but of debt. He believed that true power lay not in what you took, but in what you quietly gave, knowing it would always be repaid with interest. Luca's ascent began during tough economic times when legitimate banks were hesitant to lend to small, family-owned businesses. He stepped into this vacuum, offering loans with remarkably favorable terms, often requiring little collateral beyond a man's word. But embedded in these seemingly generous agreements were unspoken clauses, a quiet understanding that the business owner would, when called upon, offer a favor, perhaps a safe house for an associate, a temporary job for a family member, or a discreet channel for moving illicit funds through their legitimate enterprise. Over time, these favors compounded, creating an unbreakable web of reciprocal obligation and unspoken control. His criminal strategies were brilliant in their simplicity and devastating in their scope. The credit union, a legitimate front, served as the primary engine. Funds from illicit gambling operations and petty racketeering were laundered through the credit union as legitimate deposits, then lent out to deserving or strategically chosen members of the community. The repayments, now clean, generated further legitimate income. Beyond this, the loans themselves became instruments of leverage. A restaurant owner who received a loan to expand might suddenly find themselves obligated to buy all their produce from a particular supplier, a company secretly owned by Luca. A trucking company might find itself volunteering its vehicles for late-night, untraceable deliveries. The interest on these loans was often paid not just in cash, but in loyalty, silence, and indispensable cooperation. Within the intricate hierarchy of organized crime, Luca navigated power struggles with a quiet, unassailable authority. He rarely engaged in direct confrontations. Other families might control drug distribution or protection rackets, but Luca controlled the very financial lifelines of countless small businesses that formed the bedrock of the community. When a rival capo tried to muscle in on his loan sharking territory, Luca wouldn't send enforcers. Instead, he would simply arrange for the rival's key associates to find their lines of credit mysteriously cut off, their legitimate businesses facing sudden, inexplicable bankruptcy. His power was derived from the quiet, pervasive financial dependency he had fostered, making him indispensable even to those who mistrusted his methods. The unraveling began not with a wiretap or an informant, but with a new, quietly ambitious federal auditor named Christine Davies. Christine, a young, tenacious professional with a background in forensic accounting, was assigned to a routine audit of credit unions in distressed economic areas. She wasn't looking for crime. She was looking for financial stability and regulatory compliance. Could it be that the very generosity Luca extended would, when viewed through the cold lens of data, expose his insidious control? Christine's initial audit flagged a peculiar anomaly. While the credit union's loan portfolio was remarkably healthy, with an unusually low default rate, the actual source of its capital seemed inconsistent. There were too many large, irregular cash deposits, often from individuals with no apparent connection to the community, and too many loans granted with remarkably lax collateral requirements, yet almost perfect repayment rates. This was the quiet hum of Luca's illicit financial engine. The crucial break came when Christine, delving deeper, began analyzing the patterns of the loans. She noticed that certain businesses, consistently granted these highly favorable loans, also consistently made large, periodic payments to a small network of seemingly unrelated consulting firms or services providers. These payments were never for explicit interest, but for vague advisory fees or risk management services. When she cross-referenced these firms with public records, she discovered they were all ultimately owned by shell corporations linked to Luca Mancini's extended family. The final, undeniable piece of evidence was a meticulously kept, hidden ledger, anonymously leaked by a disillusioned former employee of the credit union. This ledger detailed not only the actual, hidden interest rates on the loans, but also the specific favors and illicit services each borrower was quietly obligated to provide. On a cold, gray morning in 1988, Don Luca, the lender Mancini, was arrested not for violence or drug trafficking, but for systemic racketeering, extensive loan sharking disguised as legitimate credit, and grand-scale money laundering. His empire, built on the quiet, indispensable act of providing financial aid, crumbled not under the weight of a violent assault, but under the relentless, methodical scrutiny of a meticulous auditor and the irrefutable truth of his own hidden books. The art of the quiet loan was finally exposed, revealing that sometimes the most profound forms of control are woven not with threats, but with the subtle threads of debt and unspoken obligation.